Hello and welcome to a new episode of TBR Tumble. We have come all the way to episode 5, which I honestly felt we've done like 6 episodes, but here we are. And this is a series on my channel where I read my TBR down from, we started with 600 and we're gonna end up on 100. We ended episode 4 on 476 books, and we are currently on 479 because a book came in and I bought 2 others, but one of them is going on very soon again outside this vlog. But still, we have gone up again. We hate to see it. And we do different ways in each episode to figure out what books we are going to read. And in this one, I have done something fun for myself, I hope, and for you as well. I have made Erica write me book prompts, and I have made her write very many. I put them all in this panda mug, and as you can see, there is a lot of prompts in here. The reason I made her write them is because I don't want to know the prompts. Like, obviously, I could have written book prompts and written whatever I wanted and felt like in the moment, but I feel like now we will get like a real surprise since I didn't write any of them. I literally don't know. I actually do know one prompt because I asked her to tell me one, so I knew that she was not completely off and gave me things I could never find on my TBR. Obviously, we have to pick books on my TBR, that is the whole point. If for some reason I cannot find a single book that fits a prompt, I think we should just like pick 2 books for the next prompt or something. But I am very excited to see what she has written for me. And as we know, we like to do different things to find out like how many books we are reading. And we are bringing back the dice that we used in our first episode, the dice that goes up to 100. So the lowest is it 10? The lowest is 10. The highest is 100, and if we get 10, I do think that we need to do some other dice to get a bit more books, because I don't want to do a 10 book episode. I want to do at least 30. I also feel like you're not doing any progress, but I made Erica write 100 prompts in here. So obviously I hope we don't get 100, because that's a bit much, and I know it's going to take me a really long time to film, and I do want to get these out more often. I feel like I'm doing more progress. If we get 100, we will deal with it as we did in the first episode. So I do have my tray this time so that you can actually see what I'm doing. I hopeful we can do this. Look at this. This is perfect. This time you can actually see it. Last time we failed a bit in this regard, but actually, okay. Let's try it. I am terrified what will happen to us again. What is it? What is it? Is it 70? That's 70. That's 70. That's a lot. We didn't get 100. We got 30 less than 100. 30 is my ideal. 70 is more. We will deal with that. We are fine. It's okay. So today is the 21st of February. My goal is to start the 1st of March. I just wanted to film this introduction clip now so that I'm mentally prepared what to expect me in March. In theory, I would like to do all of it in March. Like, finish the whole episode in March, from the 1st to 31st. Can I read 70 books in 31 days? Probably. It depends how thick books I pick and if I audio some of them. So I think that we should pick our first prompt, which is this one. I'm scared. I am terrified of the prompts, and I'm terrified that we got 70. What is happening? Okay, the font is small. This is a read a book with a person on the cover. Do you want to see the prompts? Like, is that interesting to you? I made the notes very small, so we have so many options for this actually, because a lot of books comes out with persons on the cover. But I actually have one book I really want to read, which I looked at straight when I read that, and I literally just got it, so I think that is a good first pick. Let's move here. It's right here in my whole pile. Look at it. That's a person. Doesn't say I need to be a real person, but it's still a person. And it is, as you can see, Agnes Arber's Mystical Cat Shelter by Heather Fassett. And this one is a new one by the author. I literally got this last week. It is a cozy pick. I assume we're going to open a cat shelter in it. I'm very, very excited for it. I got the Frivolute pick. It is very, very cute. Now I feel like, did she mean like a person, but it's the person. Like, we didn't specify here, so it's fine. I feel like it's a great first pick. It's like around 200 pages. I'm sure I can read the whole thing tomorrow, but I realized if we're going to read 70 books in 31 days, we need to read at least 2 a day, but it will all be fine. So guess I will see you then. Sitting down on my tiny green uncomfortable chair to film this update in bad lighting because it is evening. just come back from the movies. Right before we left from movies, literally like 5 minutes before we have to leave the house, I did finish my first book, which, as we know, was Agnes Arber's musical Cat Shelter. This one is a cozy fantasy, as I said. This is the first pick in the cozy fantasy sub from Frivolutes, and in this one we follow Agnes, who has a cat shelter. She runs a charity, and then the cat shelter that she had, at the location that she had, is like the location, the shop is ruined. But basically she does have to move location and she's trying to find a new shop. She does find one eventually. And now I need to check the synopsis of what it actually says. She's also a widow, which is really interesting, I think, POV, because I don't think we follow that many young widows. I mean, obviously there's a lot of widowing in fantasy in general, but like she lost her husband 2 years ago. I just literally need to check the synopsis to not spoil anything. Okay. So it does say in the synopsis, because in the shop, then in this new location that she gets, there is another shop maybe below where we have a wizard hiding, and in this world wizardry and magic seems to be illegal. So she is just like, oh, what is happening here? And maybe they need to and can help each other out here. And then we go on with this cozy fantasy thing. There is several aspects in the story that I found funny, because the literal book that I read right before starting this vlog was The Spell Shop by Sarah Beth Durst, where magic is not illegal, but it's only allowed to be used by like the educated sorcerers. They are like keeping the magic to themselves. And then we have like a main character starting to do magic. I'm not saying that our main character in this does magic, or maybe she does, evolving herself in magic, definitely. But it was just funny because they were just so similar things, where we literally had a shop, etc. And we had like the spell set up. I don't know if it's because a lot of cozy fantasy in general has like the shop, a cafe, a store, etc. And it seems to be a really common theme in cozy fantasy, but I love it. And the spell shop had a lot of aspects, basically all the aspects and elements in a cozy fantasy that I loved, and so did this. I don't know what it is with my brain, but reading a cozy fantasy, it's like I can turn it off a bit, because while epic fantasy and like where we are in different worlds, where we are saving the world, is my favorite type of thing. Like I love a hero's journey. I also love cozy fantasy because then my expectations in a way are maybe not lower, but I have less expectations for the plot to blow my mind, because I know that it's going to be more about inner journeys and finding a home and finding second chances to want to live life. Oh, like that sounded very depressing, but more second chances to do certain things or achieve certain like inner turmoils. Not that we're not doing that in epic fantasy, but then usually like the world is ending, or we're trying to save like the destiny of like a whole people, etc., fulfill a prophecy, etc. While in a cozy fantasy, it's completely different. And I'm not saying this is a revolutionary thought or anything, but I was just like thinking more like what I really love about it. Because in a epic fantasy where we go on a hero's journey, it's more us inserting ourselves to be a hero, while like we live our normal worlds in our real lives, but that is our chance to be Frodo, to go and get a ring, to save the world, etc. I'll not get the ring, I guess we are destroying the ring, you know? But in a cozy fantasy, often the heroes or the people we follow are us. Like we are not the main hero of the world, but they are us. They are us that would be if the apocalypse were happening in our world. They are us running a shop or running a cafe. And then we see how the big things in the world are happening and how those affects normal people, like it will do to us. And that necessarily doesn't need to always be a negative thing, because obviously it exists fantasy like this where it's not always like the nicest thing, etc. And often in those journeys, you know, a hero usually maybe have a home, and then that home gets destroyed, and that's why they become a hero. Because of fantasy, their home can be destroyed, but they just kind of want to go back to normal life, even though obviously a lot of heroes' journeys, they want to be back in their lives as well. But they have a bigger quest. But here it's really like about being an ordinary person getting involved with bigger things. And there's definitely like a backdrop of loads of magic in this world, and that like an accomplice has in a way happened, and things and like politics that are affecting the things in this, as well as the spell shop that I just read, because they were very similar, but I somehow enjoyed all of them. I obviously also think that if I read 30 cozy fantasy like this in a row, I will feel overstimulated with the genre, just like I feel with YA fantasy, because you follow kind of a recipe. But at the same time, right now, the recipe works really, really well for me. I don't know, it just feels like an inner child or something. I would always prefer a hero's journey with a bigger like magical users than like this, but it's still like such a good time for me, and I feel like it hits so many good places. I really like to explore a thing where you are mourning someone, but not right after the mourning, where time has passed a bit and you can appreciate those memories you had. There were so many good like cat moments, and I have 2 cats. I love that. Wanted to cut them very badly after this. Wanted to start a shelter after this or anything, honestly. Maybe I will find a wizard in the basement, honestly, because that's what I want. I also went into this, as I also did with the spell shop and most of the books I read, I didn't read a synopsis. So I didn't know that there was going to be a wizard in the basement. I didn't know like the backdrop of like that even like her husband was dead. There was things like that. Like everything was revealed to me as I was reading it. And I really noticed that is the way I prefer to read things. But obviously I do like to tell you guys something about what the book is about. But for me, if you are a fan of the genre, if you like a cozy fantasy, this is like the perfect cozy fantasy if you want it. But I wouldn't say that if you don't generally like cozy fantasy, then I don't think that this is going to be anything revolutionary to you where you think that this is going to change your mind on the genre. But for me, it gave me a cozy warm feeling. It gave me a feeling of like cozy fantasy is often to do with kindness. There was so much kindness for the main character in this one, as well as the last one I just read. It reminded me a lot of each other. In a world that we live in, and a world where a lot of tragedy is happening, kindness is a very, very important thing, as well as just in general, you know, like the big epic fantasy. There's a lot of cruelty and evil and villains. And I'm not saying that they're not bad guys in this one. And again, the last one I read. But there's more about like that goodness can prevail. And obviously that is often happening in Hero Zeros as well. But I just really had a blast with this. I went on a long tangent here, and I realized we're going to pick 70 books and talking about 70 books in this video. So the picking and the reviews is going to be like, the video is going to be so long. I could talk more apparently about this whole genre thing. I am really feeling inspired to do a cozy fantasy recommendations video, even though there's probably a billion of those as well. But that might even come before this video, who knows. We are picking our next book though, because I feel at the point we might pick 2 or 3 in one go because of audio, etc. But you didn't get to see me take off a prompt, so I'm doing it again. We are taking this one. Let's see what it is. Oh, it was 2. I didn't actually read it because the font is very small, so I just picked 1. It says, a book that is blurred by an author you dislike. How would I even know? I need to look at blurbs. This is so difficult. I have made a focal, and it's more like I need to find a book, and on that book, if it's blurred by like an author I don't like, which sounds very bad. It's not like I don't like anyone. Don't like the books off. I would pick that one. And now I need to go and look. Do you think Abby Jimenez has someone? Oh! Guys, this could work because I put out the next one in the friend zone. I need to bow down. This is very annoying. Can we not just be doing it like this? This is the second book in the Abby Jimenez Friend Zone trilogy. This one is blurred by Ali Hazelwood. Look, I love Bride and I like Mate Okay. So Bride is a 5-star read. But I have read 3 other Ali Hazelwood books and I haven't liked a single one. I unhauled one of them, about 2 in the library. I didn't like them. I'm probably never going to read another Ali Hazelwood again, unless it is with werewolves and vampires. So I'm counting this since like I'm just really turned off by all of Ali Hazelwood's contemporary. It was just totally random that I just took out this. I'm choosing this fish for the blurb, and then I get to read another Abby Jimenez, which I will probably read tomorrow. And this clip is very long. This vlog is going to be so long. See you later. Hello. It is the next morning. I have not finished this. Like, I haven't started it yet, but I am going to try my best to finish it today. However, I did just finish my audio, which is not for this video. But I don't have another audio plan right now because I'm waiting for my haul to get in. So I thought we could listen to one in between for this vlog, which is the best thing because I need to finish 2.5 books to finish this in the time I want to finish this every day. And obviously yesterday we only finished 1, so we're already behind. So I put out my prompt, Panda again, and we are picking another prompt. And now I need to fit it for audio because it's not all books I want to audio. I need to find a book I want to listen to audio for this prompt that we are picking. So we are picking this one. And this is Season in the Title. Season in the Title. So I assume that means it doesn't need to be like, what's it called? Like, I assume like summer or spring, etc. But it could be a holiday season. I mean, we can pull it. We can push it. I have obviously my whole TBR in Libib. I can use search words, which is one of the best things about the functions. I might have found a good one. If this is the second book. It's the third. If this had been the second book in the series, it would have fit very well. Well, then we need to look at our other two options. Let's see. First option that we got was This Winter by Alice Oseman. Is there even an audio of this? It is so short. It's like the smallest book in the whole world. It's not even 100 pages, and like the font is ginormous. And I feel like it would be actually too silly to do this as an audio. It doesn't even have an audio. I actually need to check. And it's like, it's probably going to be like less than an hour if it is. Honestly, I could be a silly goose. I like to be a silly goose sometimes. Does not have an audio anyway. It just exists. I mean, it would be also goofy of them if they actually recorded an audio of this one. It doesn't seem like it does. So we might not do that one. Well, the other one that showed up, I don't even know where it is. Now I feel even goofier because I feel like I already read it. Like I'm looking at the book and I feel like I read it. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I read this and cried. But it was on my TBR in the thing. But I'm having like a moment where I already read it. I have! It was Secondhand Summer by Morgan Matson. This angle is great. And came up that it was in my TBR, I think. Now I need to go and... It says it's in my TBR in Libib. So that's why like it's this one. But I already read it because I remember I read it and I cried, and I remember very clearly where I sat when I read it. So I'm moving it out of my TBR, which means that we have one less book in my TBR, which is obviously amazing, and I didn't even have to do anything. But that means that when I added everything to my TBR back in 2024, I just made a mistake because it's been there this whole time. But I have read it, swear to you, and I'm not going to read it again now. I was just like, what? It says I gave it 4 stars and I did read it 10th of August 2020, which is 6 years ago. Oh, like 5.5, I guess. So I'm just being a silly goose. This is Great Lightning, by the way. What do? We don't even have any other options. With a season in the title, Erica, why would you do this to me? Okay, we could read this. And I would just read this physically later today. And it's very short. Does anyone know if this comes before or after Nick and Charlie? Because I do have that one as well. What we can do is we can pick another prompt and see if we can fit book 2. And then we read book 3 and we do audio for both of them. But if the next prompt doesn't fit, then I don't know what to do. I don't like, what do we do with the winter prompt? I mean, the seasonal prompt. I don't know. This is taking so long. I'm so sorry. There's so many questions. Okay, we're picking another prompt. I'm trying to get in book 2 here. This is not cheating. We are going to read the winter prompt because I'm either just going to do the Alice Oseman, which I would just read physically because I can't audio it, or we will do the second and the third. It makes sense in the end. This is apparently element Earth. Whatever that means. Does that mean we have to read something with Earth in the title? No, not Earth, but like something with earthly things in it. I'm having a moment. I'm gonna die. What does that even mean? I'm not smart enough for this. I need to stop going to the contemporary shelf. The contemporary shelf is not helping me. I need an audiobook that is earthy. We could audio this one. Look. Overgrowth. It's a sci-fi. Which is like, I don't even know if we are on Earth. I don't want to be here right now. I just need an audio. I've forgotten what I'm looking for. I'm just staring at my book. It's hoping something will pop. It was too much pressure to try to find a book on camera. So I had to go sit down and like scroll through my books instead. That is sometimes better for me than looking at the shelves. Think I'm going away on Earth. We are briefly gorgeous because it is earthy because we have like leaves and stuff on it, but it's Earth in the title. And I was just like, I don't want to think anymore. However, this is also very short and I don't even know if the audio is available. So yeah. Also, as I was scrolling through my TBR, I found another book we read for the previous episode on TBR Tumble that I forgotten to move. So that's another like mistake I made. And that means one less book on my TBR than we initially thought. That is 2 mistakes in one episode. And I am very like thorough of like going through all the steps for each book I read, but apparently I've forgotten it on this one. So it means that we have one less even than in my stats. And that means that in my stats in that episode, which I think was the last one, there was supposed to be one more book taken out and I failed. It's one copy available, I'm taking it now. And it's a very short one. And I think that this book is very poetic and stuff and supposedly very beautiful. I don't know more, but I heard amazing things about it. We are reading this one for the prompt. For the season prompt, I will probably read the Alice Oseman after this one. All of this just to find an audio. See you later. I'm so sorry. Hello, it's me again. We have good news and bad news. First, I'm about to start and I cannot go and make my lunch until I have a new audiobook to listen to because I don't want to make lunch in silence. I finished On Earth We Are Briefly Gorgeous by Ocean Wong. I think it was a beautiful, beautiful written book. The author reads the audio. Would very much recommend. Definitely feel like the urge to like read it also with my eyeballs. Not that the audiobook wasn't good, but more so I can see these gorgeous sentences that I have read with my ears. Clearly too short on an audiobook for me because now we need to find a new one and we already struggle so much finding another one. This is a letter written from a son to his mother. He writes about his own life. He writes about the history of their family. They're from Vietnam. It's all about language and culture and where you come from and being queer, racism, and so many more things. It was so beautiful. It was like a poetic book, and I also saw now that the author has poetry collection, so it totally makes sense that the author writes such in a poetic way. Also saw that the author has a new release that came last year and people really seem to enjoy that. I definitely need to get to. It was very much like a fiction novel, like it's fiction, but it was written in such a gorgeous way. I don't even know like how else to describe it, but I definitely think it was worth a read. I kind of knew already that I was going to like it, which is obviously one of the reasons I picked it up, and it had so many good elements in such a book that I enjoy. And yes, I just enjoyed it a lot. I think that it's definitely a book that courses right into your heart and has like so many, as I said, good elements that I enjoyed. I actually suggested this to our book club at work because I knew that there was going to be so much beauty and it was like a short read that we could discuss the themes in, and I think like it's a perfect book to discuss and I can delve deeper into that we don't have time for here, even though I did spend like 150 years talking about cozy fantasy yesterday. I just think it was a gorgeous book. I think that if you like this kind of fiction, I definitely recommend you reading it if you haven't already. I think that, again, it had so much beauty in it and its themes, and again, what it was about is all the things in fiction that I feel like I care for, and therefore I did enjoy it a lot. So, obviously, really liked it. Now, we need to pick out a new audio because I need audio for the stuff I have to do today. I feel lost without an audio. We are pulling another prompt, and honestly, I'm terrified at this point. We have read a very thin book. We just did. Thin, do you mean like, I assume in pages? But what if you found a thin book that is thick? I don't know why I'm showing you the prompt. We need another thin book. That would be this winter, you know, that we decided that we're going to read later. Oh my god. Going back to the things in my shelves. I just need an audiobook. I need a short audiobook, apparently. Not like the one book I see is very thin. They don't have an audiobook. Wait. What about this? Thorn Hedge by T. Kingfisher. Look how small this is. This is like... I could also have read the sequel to What Moves the Dead as well, because that one is also very thin. But I think this one is thinner. 124 pages. It's really, really small. Is the audiobook available? Oh my god. I keep spelling it wrong. Let's see. Audiobook is available. It is 4 hours. It's even shorter than the one we just did. Many copies available. We are doing it. I don't know what this is about. I do know it's a novella from T. Kingfisher. That is what I picked it up. It was expensive to be so small. Now I'm gonna go and make food before I starve to death. At this point now, I feel like a broken record. We need a longer audiobook. I didn't mean to listen to this much audiobook today. It just kind of happened because of like the thing I'm doing at work. It like makes it very audiobook heavy. But I did finish Thorn Edge. Thorn Edge is not the title. It's Thorn Hedge. And this is in a way a Sleeping Beauty retelling. Why is this door here? In this one, we do have this fairy creature or fairy that is protecting a tower, and a knight comes along and he is looking for this ancient tower, ancient kingdom, And then the fairy has been there for such a long time, and it's about our fairy like discovering the world again and realizing that maybe she doesn't need to stay there anymore after all this time. And then there is like darkness to it as well. It's literally like a little fairy tale, because obviously we do have the fairy tale aspects to it because it is a fairy tale retelling in a way, but it's really nothing to do with Sleeping Beauty. It just like has the sleeping in tower part maybe. I think that is very interesting as we unravel like the secrets of the past. I think it managed to really punch a punch considering like how short it is. I think that this was incredibly written to be such a short story. I think that it managed to do so much fun and great world building with like fae lore, etc. And then again, we have like the fairy tale-esque feel to it, which I always really enjoy if it's done well. Also, like the knight was like a Muslim, which I think was really interesting. Like, how often do you get a Muslim knight in a story like this? Not often. And I think it was interesting the way we saw glimpses into like what the world is now after our fairy, I don't know why I'm saying it so weird, has been there for so long. I personally really like this. I think that's probably one of my favorite Tea Kingfisher in a while. I have read two or three that I didn't enjoy that much, but now I also read three that I very much enjoyed. So this author just writes such a variety of stories with so many like different kinds of books. But this one really like reminded me more of like Nettle and Bone than some of her other works that I read, and I really enjoyed this one though. It was short, but it again reminded me also a bit of Wayward Children. Not that you have Portal Fantasy, but because of like how managed to be so short and so good world building, good writing in a short amount of time. But I also think that T.K. Kingfisher and Shannon McGryan generally remind me of each other, because also they have like so many works in different series and like such a variety of works that remind me of each other. They do remind me of each other in their writing as well, you know. What more to say? Do you have time to talk about it more? I need to stop talking so much. I enjoyed it a lot, but I am now in crisis because that does mean we need to pick out another audiobook. And I forgot the prompt thing all the way over here. Okay, so we are back with the panda. We are picking a lot of prompts today though, so I am glad we are finishing things, even though obviously it is because the things we're picking are very short. I need a longer audiobook at this point. Ow, we have a prompt. It says, turn into a movie. What can we do with this? We have a lot of options, because obviously I own many things that has been turned into movies. 150 years later, I did find a book because, I just destroyed it. I was just standing here thinking, what has been made into movies? Obviously lots of things. I have lots of things that have been made into TV shows as well. But since it's said movie specifically, I did want to follow that. And I was just thinking classics have lots of movies. So I did go for Mansfield Park by Jane Austen. And there was a movie in 1999 when I Googled it. And there's probably other adaptations as well, as I assume, from Jane Austen's work. Never seen a movie. Obviously, I only own this because I do have like the Jane Austen set. And I did, right before New Year, read Pride and Prejudice and Accessibility, which I did like, but I didn't love them. But the audiobook for this is 17 hours long. I don't know why it's so long. It's not like a very thick book. It is under 400 pages, but it is very wordy. So they need a lot of time to say all of these words. So it's perfect because I did listen to Pride and Prejudice and Accessibility on audio when I did read them. Get a long audio. And we fulfill the prompt, and I get it out from TBR. And I read a classic. Who even am I? So I'm going to go for that one. Then I'm going to start it now. That one will not be finished today, but at least we have one that lasts more than 1.5 hours. I mean, we had some that lasted like 2, but you get what I mean. Hello. I'm coming to you very sleepy, but I do need to update this vlog now so that I know what I'm reading for tomorrow, which is very important to me. We have now completed the reader book that is blurred by an author you dislike, which was a harsh one. And I did read the Happy Ever After playlist by Abby Minnes. As I mentioned, this is the second book in the Friendzone romance, I was about to say fantasy, romance trilogy, which is Abby Minnes' first trilogy, her debut trilogy. First one, The Friendzone, has a weird like elements in the relationship, and there is different weird things there. However, I was really emotionally invested in that, and I did like get really invested, even though there were lots of parts of that that still annoyed me. It's like my least favorite by the author, but I still enjoy parts of it, because it's really weird because I'm annoyed at it, but then I'm still very emotionally invested in the characters, and like the romance still feels good, even though there are elements in the story that annoys me. So I'd still also want to read just in general all of Abby Minnes' books, because like the others in the Part of Your World trilogy, I rated all of them 5 stars. So that was her second trilogy. But this one follows obviously characters that we meet in the first trilogy. So I would actually very much recommend reading that first one there. Like sometimes the romance you can like read whichever you want to, but like there is a huge part of that story that really makes you feel for this character here. I don't know if you count it as a spoiler, but I don't know what to say because our main character here has gone through a really big depression for a while now because of elements that happened in the first book. And now she meets this guy and he is an up-and-coming star as an artist, and then they fall in love, obviously, because it is romance. And then this relationship obviously brings forward different challenges that is between them because of one of the characters' past and because of his future, basically. And then you come to terms with it. It is a breathtaking love between them, as you can expect from Abby and Minnis. And I really enjoyed that meeting and like coming together and like falling in love. I was so invested. Then there was so much drama. I felt like I was watching like a really cheesy romance movie on like Netflix that I love to watch, but there was just so much over-the-top drama. I was just like, really? This is like, it was stretched a lot. But at the same time, it did like obviously wrap together, and then I felt super invested again, and I teared up many times. I always tear up in Abby and Minnis books, and I don't know why. Like I keep crying in her books because I'm just so emotionally invested in their stories. I just feel a lot of their pain for some reason that I feel like I don't experience that much in other books. I don't know why. It keeps happening. So I kept like tearing up at certain parts that like when they were hurting and were low, I really felt their pain. So like on an emotional level, this is a 5-star book for me. But story-wise, I felt like, as I said, a bit annoyed on the over-the-top drama, etc. And I didn't feel like some of the elements were as strong, and I felt like some of it was a bit realistic as well, even though it is a romance. But I still enjoyed them nonetheless. Like I still enjoyed parts of it, and I was very immersed and into the story. But not my favorite part of the author, because I did feel like annoyed by like some of the choices and some of the things happening, which I don't want to like get too much into. But I was ranting to Erica when you're reading. I was just like, they're doing this and this and I don't understand, they're so ungrateful, and I was just so annoyed. I felt very emotionally invested in it, and I ended up giving it like a 3.5. Still for me, worth the read. Curious about like the next one by Abby Minnis, and then I do have her newest one in the newest trilogy. I assume it's going to be a trilogy, but for some reason like I want to read her earliest releases before going back to her newest ones, if that makes sense. Then I did also read this winter, which as we know was to read a book with a season in the title. This one I said didn't have an audio when I was trying to find audio yesterday, being super stressed. And then I found out today there was an audio all along. Just like my Libby search was messing with me, that it sometimes does, because it shows up what is in the library right now. But there was an audio, just not at the library I was logged into at the time. But that audiobook was literally like 1 hour long, just saying. So for me on the 3x speed, it would have been like 20 minutes anyway, so it wouldn't have made that much difference for me yesterday, when I would have listened on that done so fast, and then I would have to start Thornhead anyway, or whatever would have been picked. So like it wouldn't actually have made a difference since it was such a short book. Now this is a novella set in a Heartstopper world. This is a bit confusing to me. I had to Google it actually, because I have read the Heartstopper graphic novels 1 to 5, but before Heartstopper came out with graphic novels, there was Solitaire, which follows Tori Spring, who is the sister of Charlie, who is one of the main characters in Heartstopper. I assume a lot of people know this, but I'm gonna talk about it anyway. And Solitaire, she's the main character there, where Charlie with his boyfriend Nick are characters, I guess, side characters in that story. And that was Alice Oseman's debut novel. I never read that. I have read Loveless, not Heartless. I read Loveless, and I read Radio Silence, but I have not read I Was Born for This and Solitaire, which is her other 2 novels. I do have them, but I haven't read them. And this one, this winter, is set before Solitaire, but I assume that I wouldn't say that you would care that much for this unless you are known with a Heartstopper story, or I guess if you read Solitaire, because I assume that this was released after. I'm checking the release date. Yes. First published in 2015, published in this edition 2020. I do believe I just read Solitaire was published in 2014. But this one is split in 3 POVs and set during Christmas. We first follow Tori Spring, her POV, and they're struggling a bit because Charlie is struggling with his eating disorder. And then we follow Charlie's POV as he's struggling, and then the youngest brother Oliver as like his siblings are struggling with all of the struggling. And as Alice Oseman is known for, she writes really well about mental health in general. And I think it is done in generally beautifully in the author's work, and I think it was done beautifully here as well. I feel like the way that it brings up different conversations of how to talk about mental health, and not that you need to talk about it in a certain way, but how family members act around someone who's struggling, and how it's often very problematic and makes it not better. I think it was done really, really well here, especially since Christmas is a time that people struggle with mental health in general. It was done really well in this short novella, and also having good moments with characters we care for from that world. So this is set like after Heartstopper, and I do believe Solitaire is crossing over with Heartstopper from volume 4. And again, I have just read Heartstopper and not even read Solitaire yet. And then there's another short story thing, Nick and Charlie, I think is after Solitaire, I think, and I do own that, but obviously I haven't read that yet. So I did really enjoy it. I think it was really good for a short novella. It was like 97 pages with illustrations. There's a Heartstopper bookmark in here for some reason. There was one funny photo where like Charlie's holding his little brother and then Tori's looking at them, and then it looks like Charlie and Tori is a couple and then that is their baby, even though they're siblings, but it was just out of context. It looks hilarious. Now, that does mean we can start a new book. I'm still listening to my audio Mansfield Park. I haven't completed it. We follow this one character that comes to live with his family, and then she interacts with them. And then right now they're gonna set up a play. There's also talking about, like, as always in her books as well, about who has money and how much money they have and who is gonna get married to who, etc. And then we will see more what develops. I'm not good at talking about classics, by the way, so don't judge me too harshly here. But it's really funny because yes, I didn't have an audio, and today I think literally 3 holds came in for different audios that literally said it was like weeks until I got them. And I got in 3 today. Or at least like, I think I got in 3 or 4 loans today, and then 2 of them were ebooks, or 1 of them were ebooks. I don't even know. I lost count, honestly. So I have now lots of audio that is not for this vlog after Mansfield Park. Now, we are picking a prompt. We're talking too long in each clip. It's gonna be an issue, but we are picking another one. So what does it say? I'm terrified. Shuffle your favorite playlist and choose a book with the same inspired title. With the same or inspired title. There was like a Norwegian word in there, so I got really confused with what it said. This is a really fun prompt that I don't have any... I'm so sleepy, but we need to do it because I need to know what I'm going to read tomorrow. Granted, my favorite playlist that I use the most of all my playlists is a playlist called Little BTS, which is called Little just because it's like not all of BTS songs, but the ones that I like the most, that I added myself. Obviously, I use their official playlist as well. I have one playlist with all the songs from all the albums, etc. I have different BTS playlists, but this one is the one I use the most. So I would definitely say that this is my favorite one. I listen to it like every day because if I do something, I want to have something on. I don't like to do things in silence, like read, for example, and I put on this. Or if I'm at work and I can't listen to audio, I put on this. So I listen to it every day and every time I shower, etc. Get the point. It is middle of Mars City right now, but I guess we're just gonna... How do I shuffle a playlist? If I play now, will it shuffle or will it just start the first song? I don't know how Spotify works. Oh, it did shuffle. We got Stay. I hope I'm not copyrighted right now. I will remove the music because I don't want to be copyrighted, but we got Stay, which is Stay. I don't think I have a single book on my TBR called Stay, but I would do a search and I would try to cut it down here because it's going to take a while. I really should have had If I Stay by Gail Forman on my TBR, but I already read that. Not a single book would Stay on the title on my TBR. Okay, I'm going to pause this and then I'll see you back in a moment. I found a book. So I had to Google a bit of the lyrics to like think a bit, and I feel like it could have been a romance in a way because it is about wanting to stay, and it's like about nostalgia and I guess like almost fun family or like, you know, etc. But also the word stay is, you know, accurate in a way that you want to stay with someone or something, etc. So I obviously didn't have anything with stay in the title. Ironically enough, I am reading, for example, Level Up Me Go, which I'm reading for book club at work, but since I'm not reading that now and I want to move on in the prompts, but it would have been perfect in a way because of the title. Guess Never Let Me Go, Stay, you know, it's almost the same meaning. But I did find something else, and we do have the Kamogawa Food Detectives, Hisashi Kashiwai, which is about a magical restaurant which follows in the footsteps of so many popular cozy translated fiction from Japanese and also Korean. Or at least like the one I have on my TBR. There's probably other from other languages as well, but they've become very popular right now in the latest years. And this one follows a diner where they recreate a meal you had in the past. Then it says here, serve as food detectives capable of recreating a dish from the customer's past that may well hold the key to unlocking forgotten memories and ongoing happiness. And I felt like I got that nostalgia feel in that story. Not that I read it yet, but also because often if you have a really good meal, you want to stay with that meal. I often, when I think about, for example, when I lived in Japan, etc., I often think about the food I ate and like I can taste or like feel the food. I have a very like strong connection to food and I want to stay with that meal. So I feel like it fits a bit with the feelings, etc. Even though maybe it's not at all what the actual song is about. But I'm going with this one. It's also short and we need short books to get through these 70 books, obviously. I'm actually a bit worried that it's too short because it depends a little bit on what day I have tomorrow if I get to read this before I can update you. So now I'm picking another one, which I don't know if I should do, but I feel like also be save time here. I don't know. I hope we get an easy one now so I can pick 2 and then go to bed. So we have another one, which is photo of the author on the back. That could be on the back though. I mean, I don't know why I'm showing you the prompts. It could be a lot of different books. But I don't know what I want to read. Now I'm scared to pick something and I don't want to read it. Now you have to give me another moment. Standing a bit here because I'm too lazy to sit down again. That was hard because I know I've seen lots of books where the author has like their picture on the back. But it was really hard to find when you were looking for it. I had to look through so many books. Do not look at hardcovers because there's just blurbs there. No author photos on the ones I was looking at. And I thought it was more normal on paperbacks. Apparently not fantasy paperbacks. But I was looking at my contemporary and I really thought that my crime books would have it. They didn't. But I do have They Build a Boyfriend Project, the Amazing Deaver. And here we have Amazing Mason saving my ass down here. So thank you so much, Mason, to have your auto photo on the back of your book. And this one I've been very excited for. I have had, I was going to say all of the books by the author, but I do believe I have one other books by the author that I have on my TBR but I haven't read yet because I keep buying them because I've been enjoying them so much. They are the author of I Wish You All the Best, as well as if you're just going to go into their Goodreads right now, I Wish You All the Best is the most popular one. The Ghost We Keep, I really did enjoy. The Feeling of Falling in Love, I did also really like. And then like They Build a Boyfriend Project, also OK Cupid, which is the other one I haven't read, but I do own it. So this one was their newest release. I do believe that this is the adult romance debut. The others have been YA, and this one also, as all of their other books, have a trans wrap. I am very excited to read it. So it was also available in Libby because I was very unsure of how fast I will read the Kamogawa Food Detectives. It has a lot on the book. So now I have those 2 and I will read at least both of them tomorrow. That is the goal. And then we shall see. So I use so much time picking these books that almost takes more time, I feel like, than reading them. Now I'm going to go to bed because I'm about to pass out. Very excited for both of my picks. Not that much fantasy so far, but hopefully it will redeem itself after a while. Hello. I have come to a few decisions as it's been a day since I talked to you. But first we need to talk about the books that I actually finished before we continue with anything else. So we did read The Kamogawa Food Detectives by Hisashi Kashiwai. So this one is, as I do believe I mentioned, it is about this restaurant you can go to and you can request a dish you had in your past and they can try to recreate it. And this involves like kind of doing an interview of like when you had this dish and where and what it obviously entailed, because obviously a dish can be made in many different ways. And then they come back normally 2 weeks later to see if they manage to recreate a dish, which often happens. It obviously is very reminiscent of like Before the Coffee Gets Cold and other like fiction like this that has become very popular. I personally really did enjoy it. It felt a bit repetitive in regards that we had like the interview, or we first actually had them find the restaurant and every time we talked about how hard it was to find it, and then we have like the actual them getting their first meal there, but that is not like the meal that they're requesting. Then we need to have an interview that they need to do to get the requested meal, and then we get to my favorite part, which is usually 2 weeks later when they get the meal and then the explanation of how they got it. But we do kind of have like some clues obviously in this interview, and then you're trying to like piece it together a bit, and then they do piece it together for you like in the 2 weeks later. So like I enjoyed the format. It wasn't that many stories. It was 6 of them. So you kind of have this repeated thing 6 times. My favorite part, as I said, was when they actually got their meals, and I did really enjoy it. But it felt a bit repetitive as we were like explaining the progress of the interview every time in a way, because then you already just read it. The same with like when they come there, they get like an introduction meal, but that won't change a lot. I love the description of food. I am a person that loves food and love describing food. I kept Googling like the different dishes because I can't remember how everything looks like, so I wanted to see them for myself. And I did really enjoy like the visualization of food, etc. However, I did feel a bit the same Before the Coffee Gets Cold, where like you repeat the way it works when you travel in time, exactly before the coffee gets cold. But I still enjoyed it because I felt like in the way they explain things there is a bit softer. It's not the exact same every time, but it's a bit like that in When We Meet Under the Full Moon as well. I did really enjoy that, but we also explain like the rules of like when you can meet someone that is dead, and then you need to explain it for every person because then they're all short stories. But then some of those managed to kind of connect more and have like a deeper meaning to these meetings, and I felt like there was a deeper meaning as we got to like to the 2 weeks later, which is why it was my favorite part, because that's when they realized that, oh yeah, this meal was important to you because your grandpa was important to you, etc, etc, etc. So like that is the part where I felt like I connected with it the most, because then like it gives, as I said, the story a deeper meaning. But again, it was a bit repetitive, but still cozy and good and had like those elements I did enjoy. So I did end up giving it a 3.5, running it up to 4. Now, then we also did read The Build a Boyfriend Project by Mason Deaver. This is Mason Deaver's adult romance debut, and it does follow our main character, Eli, who is a bit stuck in life. He's a bit like, he's working as an assistant editor, and he's working as an assistant in this website, and he wants to be able to like do his own writing, but the things that they write there is kind of like slab pieces and not the things that he wants to write about with more meaning to him. He goes on this horrible, disastrous first date with Peter, but then he gives Peter a second chance. It kind of gets this chance to write an article about him, and then obviously this is maybe wrong, but it is how to fake date, because he's going to teach Peter how to date because he was so terrible at it. And then obviously they do fall in love, and it's a lot about like not being stuck in life and like follow your dreams. It was just so funny though, because Eli was just like, no, oh my god, my life is over. I've been stuck in this no-end job for like 5 years, too late to change, and all that stuff. And he was 28 and I'm 28, and I'm like, dude, chill down, you're stressing me out. It's fine, it's fine. But like obviously I get that he wanted bigger dreams. He just, the whole point is kind of that he was too scared to reach for it. He's also trans, and then Peter's also from Korea, and then he came from like a small town where there was really few Korean people and like 0 Korean queer people that he knew of, and it was like different reflections around these themes as well as being trans, obviously, which obviously added so many more layers to the story of the conversation they could have and thoughts about themselves and people around them. I personally really liked it, but I kind of knew it because Mason is an author I have enjoyed a lot in the past. It was a cute romance, and like the way the story goes, it goes exactly where you think it's gonna go. It's not like re-surprises when you have the 3rd act, breakup act. It's no re-surprises in where the relationship will go and kind of where the character arcs will go either. But that is also a recipe that I do enjoy, and that people enjoy in romance, and it's why it works. Like I really enjoyed it. They play it as a movie. In my mind, I think it would be perfect as a movie, and it is also a main character. Eli loves movies, so like every chapter is like a movie title with like the directors to like, I guess, be themed around like what is going to happen in a chapter. So it was like a love letter to movies as well, and many more elements obviously to the story than what I'm saying now, but it was thoroughly enjoyable. The romance, I gave it again a 3.5. We rounded it up to 4. So we read these 2. Great. Now we are still reading Mansfield Park, but I would think I would definitely finish that tomorrow, so we will talk about that then. But the thing is, I realized that I've been picking one book for this vlog, and I already know that this is probably 1.5 hours long, and we're not like even like, have we even picked out 10 books? I don't actually think so. Barely, maybe soon 10 books actually. And I just realized that it's not working to pick 1 book, read it, and 1 book, read it. I think I need to pick 3 books at a time, then talk about 3 books, then pick new 3 ones, because I use so long time picking them. Just like then I can just like read them right after one another instead of stopping to vlog, and then the clips I think in my head will be shorter. We will at least try it out for a while. I think 3 is a good number. I'm also reading extremely slowly right now. For me, I don't know what's going on. Like the amount of pages and obviously at time I read this, I can see very clearly how fast I read, and I don't know what's happening. But I am enjoying my books so much, so that is maybe why like I I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. I don't feel like any of the books I read I have not enjoyed, you know what I mean? So that is maybe why I'm having such a good time. When a book is very boring, it goes faster because I'm like, whatever, you know? Not as immersed in a different way. And it also depends a lot on the genre. For some reason, I read romance slowly. I'm hoping to read some fantasy, even though, I mean, in theory, the Kamogawa Food Detectives was fantasy-ish. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking. We're gonna pick 3 prompts, then I will pick the books, so that we can give a think. So, book with big font. Okay. What does even have a big font? I'm trying to think in my head. Next prompt is banned in a country. So everything I own on my TBR. I'm joking. And then last one is book that is blurb on author you like. Wow, so that is like the opposite of the one we had earlier. So I'm gonna pause this. I'm gonna go and pick the books. See you in a moment. I have made my picks and I feel like these were the easiest books to pick so far in the amount of time like I used. Probably like less than 5 minutes. The first prompt we had was to read a book with big font. And I decided to go with the one picture book I have on my TBR, which is The Invisible Palace. This is by Lee Bardugo and illustrated by John Picasso, yeah. This is a picture book. The font is huge and it's gonna take me like 3 minutes to read it. I might read it in bed now before actually going to sleep, but it's illustrated and obviously the font is huge because it's a picture book. It is on my TBR. I'm totally counting it. I did read The Book is Very Boring by Brandon Sanderson for another TBR Tumble episode, so I'm doing it for this one as well because obviously I bought it because it is Lee Bardugo and it looks beautiful. Don't know like the actual plot though. Then a book that is banned in a country. I did Google a list and this one is banned books list of 2025. This came the 1st of October. And then obviously these are books that are banned in public schools across the country, then America, obviously. Or no, maybe not obviously, but in this case. On number 4, because I just scrolled down to the book that I had on my TBR, we did have Last Night at the Telegraph Club. This is by Melinda Lowe. And this one is a book set in 1954 and The Height of the Red Scare, and then we do follow a lesbian bar, and this had been banned 19 times. Court of Fortune Roses was the next one. Interesting. Either way, I thought that it was a good pick. I've been really wanting to read it and I own it for quite a while now. I just haven't been able to get to it. Very hyped and hope I love it, especially in the reading mood that I am now. I just feel like I'm going to immerse myself and it's going to be a good time. I'm so excited. Now, the last one was to read a book that is blurred by an author you like. I picked up Rooted by Naomi Nowick, which is, as you can see, in generally blurred by Robin Hobb, which I obviously love, but on the back is also blurred by Ursula Le Guin, which I also love, as well as Cassandra Clare, and then also other authors I do like, but like in general, it was blurred by many different authors. And this one is a book I owned for 100 years. I actually had a paperback of it, but I unhold it because I do have this Illumicrate edition because it was out of print in the UK hardcovers, but I reprinted them with a nice red edges and it's like beautiful. Like, it's a beautiful book actually in general. I really like the design on it. I came together with Spinning Silver, which I also have not read. And Naomi Nowick is an incredibly popular author. I read her Merari by the author, which I have enjoyed. I feel like I read another Naomi Nowick book, but I can't remember which one right now. It is a dedication, but I don't like that series that much. I ended up unhauling those for another episode of TBR Tumble. It was just kind of that series that didn't vibe with me. This seems like a fairy tale-esque feel. I do believe this is about a village and there's a dragon that takes girls, but the dragon does things for those girls that we don't expect, I think. And it's supposed to be written very well. I own this, as I said, for a really long time. Maybe not like this edition, but in generally, I owned the book for a really long time. And I'm very excited to finally get to it. I did say I was in the mood for some fantasy. It's time. So, I'm excited for all my picks. And then I will let you know, I think there is a slight 3% chance I can't finish them all by tomorrow, especially since I picked the picture book, because obviously the bad things about me picking so many books, like 70 books in a blog, is that I have this pressure of having to finish them faster, so then I don't pick the longest books maybe. Also because I do really want to finish this before the 30th of March, because then I'm planning to do another episode, but then I need to kind of take a pause on this and do the other one, but then post it after to make it work for certain reasons. Okay, I'm gonna go to bed. See you later. Hello, hello. It's been a few days and obviously I forgot all my books somewhere else. We have finished some things, but not all the things from last time. But we are in a readathon and I thought that we could pick out some books before I actually start the sprint. So I don't need to use so long time in sprints when I should be reading on picking out things. But first of all, we can cover the things I actually finished. I did finish Mansfield Park. I did listen to this. It is, as I said, about a character that is she called Fanny? Yes. And then she moves into this other family, I think her cousins, and just is raised there, and it's like a lot of chaoticness, and they grow up together, and some of them fall in love with each other, and then they make plays, etc. And then as they grow older, there is marriage proposals and drama, etc. It is very much, I guess, in Jane Austen fashion. I like it. I don't hate it, but I don't love it either. I don't know. Like, it's just like this family, and then there's drama and conversations. Like, I don't know that well how to describe it. There's probably a lot of backdrop in the society of its time that I don't know enough about to talk well about it in a video. But I'm reading through Jane Austen and I cannot say that I haven't read it. It was fine. I enjoyed it for what it was. If you read Jane Austen, you know what you're getting into. It is a fun classic. I read much worse and I enjoyed it. I gave it a 3. Really good reviews here today, honestly. Then I did read, as I said I was going to read, I did read the picture book right after we talked to each other, which, as I said, Isabel Lee Verdugo and John Picasso. And this is The Invisible Parade. We have a main character whose grandfather just died and they are going to celebrate. I wrote it down because I knew I was going to forget because it is in Spanish. Dia de Muertos. He's not in a celebrating mood because her grandfather died, but then as the parade starts, he sees these 4 siblings that represent different things that you should be grateful for in life, and the last one is death, and that you shouldn't fear death, that it comes for everyone, that life is beautiful, you know? And it had beautiful illustrations. There's one panel that like you have to fold out. She's then like part of the invisible parade of all the people that was alive and you celebrate with them. Look at this. I actually thought that some of the drawings was a bit scary. Like there's like the skeletons and stuff. I don't know if I would be scared if I was a kid, but I thought it was like almost scary, but it was beautiful. And I think like the story itself was beautiful. I'm getting goosebumps. And I think that I bent the page. No! I fixed it. I can't ban my beautiful book. But yeah, it's in general about loss, but also life, you know, as they are. And I think that it's a beautiful story. I mean, a picture book can be read by adults, but it's also a beautiful story for a child as well. I found the drawings a bit scary, but that is just me. It had some beautiful messages and I felt very emotional reading it, and it was short, but it was so impactful and really good. So I would very much recommend it actually. If you like picture books, if you want a picture book for your child or what so. The next one, guys. I don't know how to talk about it. It was just so incredibly good. But like, I don't have words. Sorry, I'm marking things in my spreadsheet before we move on to the next one, because like I don't know how I'm gonna talk about this. I did decide for the next one to be Last Night at the Telegraph Club, as we know, by Melinda Lowe. This one is set in 1954. Yes, we do have our main character, which is a 17-year-old girl. She basically finds out that she is a lesbian, that she doesn't have words for in the beginning, and she starts going to this telegraph club with her friend that turns out to be more as well. Just discovers a whole world of people that accept her, and just going there and just like it's not allowed. She sneaks out at night. She's also Asian and lives in a world where obviously she lives in Chinatown, and she's always surrounded by people that love her and look after her and know each other everywhere, and she has a Chinese best friend, etc. But it's still a world out there in the 50s for someone that is Chinese as well. But she also wants to be a scientist, she wants to be an astronaut, she wants to go to space. And there's also not a place for women, especially not women of color maybe, in this world where you want to do those things, because you're supposed to get married and have a child. And especially she doesn't even want to get married with a dude because she is lesbian. And there is just so many historical backdrops and elements to the story that the author has woven in so incredibly well. There's a whole list of sources the author has used in the end. There is so many things affecting the story, from like the parents that have been at war, from growing up in this time, from raiding clubs and especially gay clubs, etc. It is just, I'm not coherent right now. Am I ever coherent? But especially not right now. I was so immersed in this soft story. It has so much pain, but it had so much love as well. And it was just like this beautiful romance. Like, I'm getting so emotional. I don't know, it connected with me on so many levels. And I'm not from the 50s, and I haven't grown up in a Chinese family, even though I am from China. Like I am connecting with it still, like just emotionally going to this journey. I loved it. I was like, my heart was gripped. I wanted these people to be okay so, so, so highly. I appreciated the time we live in now, where you can be a lesbian, even though obviously there is homophobia in the world. We live in a terrible world with many terrible things, but there was another terrible time, other times as well. Maybe the world will always be terrible, but there is still specks of light, in our world. Things are better, some things at least, than it was in the 50s, because at least you can be out as a lesbian. Obviously not maybe everyone will accept you, but there are parts of the world that will. And it's just so, so interesting to see how the world was then and now. Yes, there's so many terrible things, but there's also beauty, and there was beauty then too. And I loved it. I feel like I'm describing very badly of why I loved it. It just connected me on so many levels. It made me think so much. I just cheer for these girls deeply. I deeply want to also read the sequel. I know it's set not like them as the main character, set 60 years later or something, but I know we also follow a different couple of lesbians, and I know that they also do show up there. And I think that the author's going to do that beautifully as well. I think that this was a stunning read. Definitely can see why it's banned, which is also a huge problem in itself. But I absolutely loved it, with so many themes that we had, with our girl just wanted to be herself, both in her career and her love life. I cheered for her. It gave me love. Okay, I loved it. I give it a 5. It's one of my favorite this year. I am cherishing it in my heart, debating buying the Lumicore editions. I could say many more things, but I think you got it. I am going to read Uprooted now today. That's going to be my first read, but I still do want to pick out some prompts, because in theory I was supposed to finish Uprooted yesterday, and then I'm supposed to read 3 other books today if I want to complete the goals for my readathon and that I set for myself this weekend. I don't think I'm going to be able to read 4 books today. I can dream, but what if we pick very short books for the next 3 prompts here? I'm just picking 3 now, even though in theory I haven't read the last one we picked. But then I did put in Mansfield Park here, so we did still talk about 3 books. And I talked way too long about last night at the Telegraph Pub. It brings me so much joy thinking about it. Obviously, there's terrible things in there in theory, but damn, what a good book. It was so soft in my heart. I want to cry. Okay, sorry. We picked 2 prompts at once. That works. Let's look at them before we pick our third. We have, I'm scared, a book about war? Girl, I don't want to read a book about war. That is depressing. But maybe I can find a short one. And then we have an ugly cover. An ugly cover. Look, I could do this. If I find 3 books that are short and about these things, maybe we can do 3 books today. Okay, I'm picking another prompt. Last one for this round. We have cozy vibes. Oh, yes, because I need to read cozy fantasy, like deeply. I need to do that. Okay, we are gonna go and sightsee, or I am, and see you very soon. Finding a book about war was honestly like easy and hard at the same time, because obviously I have a lot of fantasy. And there's a lot of war in fantasy. But I'm trying to pick short books. But I honestly think that I probably would have read a fantasy faster than what I ended up picking. Because obviously I could have read All the Light That We Cannot See. It's literally set under war. But I do believe that this book is very long. Like, it's like 500 pages. So I'm not going to read that now. But I did find Burnt Shadows by Camila Shamasi. And this is literally following our main character as the bombs on Nagasaki are being, like, right after they're dropped. So you literally cannot find anything, like, I was gonna say more relevant to war, or like you can find something more relevant. It's very, very, very relevant to war. So I ended up picking this, and I am very curious about it because it was one of my random picks last year around my birthday. But it is 360 pages, and I feel like since this kind of fiction is going to take me a while to read, so I feel like I would have rather fantasy faster, honestly. And there is always war in fantasy. Now I decided on this one, Burnt Shadows, which was a random pick, which I don't do that often, but I did it that day. What was the next one? Was Ugly Cover. And I feel like this one is not that ugly. I probably have uglier books, but it's not particularly pretty. Like, I wouldn't look at this book and think, oh my god, what a stunning book. I would just look at it and feel very average towards it, but I did pick it up because it is Agatha Christie. I thought I would go for my next Peril, which is Peril at Anne House. I know it is a fast read, it is a short read, it is like 239 pages, so it fit for my readathon because we are theming after the number 3. Wait, does this fit for my readathon? I just picked it out. Yes, because it is 363 pages. We have 2 3s in the page count, and this is 239, so 3 in the page count works. And then last one is a cozy book. So I picked out one of my 3 cozy fantasies I have ready to read and hoping to fit into this vlog. So we had A Teller of Small Fortunes. Very excited for this because apparently I love cozy fantasy, as we had figured out, as I kind of already knew but had kind of forgotten. It's such a pretty book. We do have like an extra short story here in the end, but if we cut that, we are on 322 pages, which again does fit for my readathon. But do you really think I can read all of these plus Uprooted? I don't. I think I can read maybe, I will definitely read Uprooted, but I also have a feeling where I read that slowly, and then maybe one more. But in case all of these are safe, I feel maybe I should save this for last because it's going to take me the longest, because I do believe I could get through all of these today. I don't know, okay, but I will let you know how it goes. It doesn't really matter to you, but it matters to me. See you later. Hello. I'm ashamed. I am stressed. I'm depressed. I'm just joking, actually. I'm not, but I am very behind now because we were on a good trajectory in the beginning, and then I became very behind because life, even with a readathon. We are already on Thursday. The readathon was in the weekend. I finished 1 book since then, but we are picking new books now because of reasons, because I do believe I can finish the other one maybe early tomorrow, which means I can start the next one, and then I would like to know what I'm reading next. But before we do that, we obviously need to talk about the books we pick out last and my thoughts on them. So at the time, we did need to read next up Uprooted, which I did read within the readathon. And now it's like so many days ago, I'm like, oh, what happened? I used ages reading this. It's not a thick book at all. It is like 400 something pages. It's very wordy. It doesn't look maybe that wordy, but it's very wordy. And obviously I owned it for like 10 plus years, I believe, but I didn't actually know what it was about, but I do now. I knew that it was about the dragon that takes girls because I read the first sentence in the book before. It says that our dragon doesn't take girls to eat them, he takes them to dun, and then that's kind of all I knew about the plot. It does have a bit of like a fairy tale feel to it, you know, like the dragon likes these girls, etc. She lives in a tiny village near the border of this forest that is evil. So it has a bit like a fairy tale feel, but it's not. I mean, it is a bit, but it's not. It's a fantasy book. And then our main character, gets chosen out by the dragon, which kind of makes sense. And then you get to know what he actually does with these girls. And I'm like, what does this synopsis say? What is it a spoiler? Like, the girls he takes are with him for 10 years and they usually leave the village. And then you're like, why? Why do they always leave? They always seem happy after they've been there. And she is chosen. Oh, it literally says nothing more. It says that the dragon is more of a title than that he's not an actually dragon. He is a man that is a wizard, and I call him the dragon. So I thought before that it was an actually dragon with claws and wings, but it's not. It's a man that's called the dragon, if you were confused. I read the synopsis now, and it literally does not say. It just says that she assumes that her best friend Kaisa will be taken. Cassia, not Kaisa. Cassia. Kaisa is League of Legends. And then it's like, but she's not the one that's taken. So obviously it's not like a spoiler that our main character will be. I don't know what else to say, but the story has a lot of plots within itself. Like, the first is the mystery of this dragon, and then our main character realizes things, obviously, which I'm not going to spoil, and then she needs to go out on her own, not a journey like out, but she does go on journey out as well, but in the journeys, learning about herself, with or without this dragon. Forest that live by that is cursed and evil comes a lot into play into the story as it goes on. There's also a lot of politics in it, because there's more like, as he's a wizard, he was working for the king. And this also comes to play a lot into the story. He's very grumpy and mean as well. Loved it, actually. This was like a romantasy. This would have been called a romantasy now, I think, almost. As everything is called a romantasy. Because it just would have, and then I don't know. I just feel like it. What do I even say? I shouldn't have read the synopsis because now I feel like I can't say anything. But it's really weird how I've known about this book for such a long time. And then I kind of still didn't know what it was about or what to expect when I read it. but I genuinely loved it. I thought it was a really, really, really well written. I thought it was a really good journey. I love this idea of the forest. I love the idea of the magic in the story. There's a lot of different magic, or maybe not different, but there's a lot of magic in the story that is very present. We introduce a lot in this book. I felt like I was reading a 600-page book, like it literally felt like it, and I was still like only like 435 pages. It was impact a lot. It reminded me almost a bit of Ursula Le Guin, of how Novick writes in a way that she tells a lot with less words than maybe it would use someone else. Thoroughly enjoyed it. I had a blast. We had so many good like side characters and almost side quests. It truly felt like a fantasy story with all these different things happening, but we do obviously have like this main overgoing part of the whole story. I feel like I'm explaining it also very badly, but I honestly had a blast. I was very, very immersed and reading it very slowly, drinking in this tale. It was very good. I assumed it was gonna be, after all these years, keeping on to this and buying an exclusive edition. I obviously thought that it was gonna be good, but I'm very happy that I enjoyed it as much as I did. I seen like generally various reviews of it, so I think that makes completely sense. I think that what would turn people off, and maybe that it is, I feel like it's really weird to say because a lot of things does happen, but it still feels slow paced because the writing feels slow. But I still enjoyed it. We have battles, we have, as I said, politics, there's death, there's drama, there is plots and secrets and dark magic and light magic. There is a lot of things in this. It has a lot of things to offer. I really enjoyed it. I'm giving it a strong 4 because I don't feel like it is a 5-star for me. But in theory, I guess it is a 5-star book. But a star rating, it's all about like a feeling sometimes, I think. Especially a 5-star. I enjoyed it a lot after all this time. Very, very happy I did. I feel like I read it in a good time as well. I feel like I would have loved it a couple of years ago as well. But yes, I could have talked more about it, but you know, time and all in this vlog. Oh my god, I talked for such a long time. Next up, we had Burnt Shadows, even though in theory I read Parole before that for the readathon, but we can talk about it in the order that I picked them. So Burnt Shadows was to read a book about war. This one was a one book that I so far read this week. Also a very, very slow paced and wordy book, because this is like 360 pages or something, and I felt again that I was reading a really long book. Ironically enough, this also felt like several stories into one story, like Uprooted, but this is not fantasy. We start with a young girl in Japan. She has met this dude that she's going to marry. He is from Germany. This is under the Second World War, and then the atom bomb goes off in Nagasaki, and she's like just on the border to not die to it. But the man she wants to marry dies, and obviously she's traumatized by this. Then she goes to India because that's where his family lives, and she meets his half sister and gets really close to her. And they have a man working for them who is a Muslim, and then they fall in love, and then she marries him, and then she starts his whole life with him. We skip a lot of time. We go all the way forward to like 2000 plus, because like 9/11 also plays a big part of the story, and it is obviously about the aftermath of surviving war and living through it, etc., and the trauma of that, but also finding hope and love and family. And then like, when I say it's more like plots upon plots, it's because we switch POVs throughout like these characters surrounding their lives, and like the relationships that are formed does form a lot of the story. There's a lot of underlying things, obviously from our world, like of a lot of the things that's happening in different places we are in, Pakistan and also in New York, etc. Later, also later around, like there's a lot of like political things following our real history, obviously, because it is based on real events, and obviously starting off in Japan. I didn't actually know how it was going to go, because at the point it staggers a bit, it goes very slowly, and we are a lot of characters different places, and then just like, here's this story, like what are we gonna do, because at this point it's been so many years. And then the ending, I was just like, wow. I feel like the way it rounded itself around a bit, the way some of the lines were delivered in like those last scenes there, I was like, dang, it really went there. I thought that made a good topping on the cake in the end. I personally enjoyed it, even though it is tragedy and sad and upsetting. Like, it's not fun things to read about, obviously, but very important things to read about. I didn't really know what to expect from this. It's a very fiction book, and I wouldn't say that it's my favorite, that I loved it. Like now, a few days later, I'm just like, yeah, it was a good solid story. Again, immersed it very, very slowly, because apparently I'm reading very slow right now. I was really keeping up with like where we were and who knew each other, etc., and it really helped with finding the bonds in the story and what mattered. I liked it. It was a good and interesting book, and I think that if I was going to read a book surrounding this, I would rather read a book like this than like actually being like a soldier in the war, for example, because I personally don't love those kinds of stories. It's not like I favorite, but I still think it was solid, and if it sounded interesting to you, then I would recommend it. I do believe I'm giving it a 4 for the ending, because I personally thought the ending was upsetting, but I was just like, oh, what is happening? Then the next thing was Girl at Ann House by Agatha Christie. This I did read under the readathon after Uprooted. This is the next program mystery, book 8, I believe. We had a fun mystery where this woman is almost assassinated, and we have Poirot trying to find out who and trying to save her, and it was a fun mystery. I really felt, I just reviewed reading this, I felt like I honestly read it before. So I don't know if it's because I once upon a time, like 20 years ago, watched parts of the Poirot TV show, because I did, and I'm like, have I seen this episode that was based on this book? Because I honestly was reading it and I had it so visualized, and I honestly felt like I read it before. I'm not joking, but I know I haven't read it before. I think I really don't think so, but I did really enjoy it. It was like, it's been some like okay ones, like there's been like 2, 3 that I was like a bit blah, but then this one was quite good again, so I did have a good time. I like the format of Poirot stories a lot. Now the next is supposed to be Teller of Small Fortunes. This is one I would try to get through a week, but I didn't read for like 2 days because of One Piece. But this one we follow, I started this and we are like 100 pages in, so I hope to finish this tomorrow because I need to go to bed. What time is it? Oh no, I need to go to bed. But this one follows a woman that can see the future, and she is just traveling around telling small fortunes and doesn't want to be involved with bigger things, and doesn't want to give people big fortunes because she feels like bad things can happen to them, and she's traumatized of things from her past. But she's lonely because she never settles down somewhere, so I assume that she's traveling with a group of people, and I see that eventually she's gonna find a home with them, hopefully. But yeah, it's a close to fantasy, and so far I am liking it, so I'm not gonna say more about that until I finish it. Now we are gonna pick 3 more books so that I'm mentally prepared. I feel like I'm fine with picking 3 and reading 3 and then still have like 1 left or something. Like, it's fine. So let's just do that so I can go to bed. So what is this? We have name in the title. Ooh, we could read so many things. So many things. I need to think. And then the next one is genre you dislike. Why would you do this to me? I'm looking straight over at my crime shelf because that's the genre I dislike the most that I have. And then last, not last for this long, but last for now, is a book that looks silly. That is a very silly prompt. Okay, I'm gonna go and find these books. See you very soon. This is literally harder every time. Apparently I cannot pick a fantasy book for the life of me, apparently. Name in the title. I did pick out I Am Jessica Chan by Anne Liang because it was so fitting, because Jessica Chan is in the title. Anne Liang is an incredible YA contemporary author. I've gone a bit out of YA contemporary at this point, but Anne Liang hits me every time. I almost cry. I am like so engaged and invested. I had this series released last year. So excited for it. So I couldn't like not do it. Besides, it would be an easy read, right? Maybe, I don't even know. And then it was a genre I dislike, which the genre I dislike out of all genres is Nordic Noir, which is a crime from the north, from Scandinavia, because they're written in like, they're all the same. It's like a grumpy alcoholic detective that somehow solves these cases, but it's very popular in Norway. And since I worked in both the library and the bookstore, they talked about so much and like so popular that like I was influenced and I got a couple of them, especially since like they are most best-selling books, a lot of them like internationally as well, so I do get curious about them, especially since like I'm from Norway. So I do have quite a lot of them, and they scare me because they're all on my TBR, so I'm like scared of what be picked out randomly and I'm forced to read them all in a row, and I find them so boring sometimes. So I picked out the next one in the series that I am in the middle of, because I do have 2 other series that I haven't started yet, so I would like to finish this one before going to the other ones. So that is Harry Hole, or Harry Hole as it's called, by Jo Nesbø, which is quite famous and popular. I read up to book, I do believe it's book 8. I might be wrong here because it's been a little while. At the point, I can actually count. Yes, I read 7 books. The last one was The Snowman, which is his most famous one. And this is the 8th, which is Panserhjerte in Norwegian. Don't know the English title. know. I will try to find out for you. Because obviously I read them in Norwegian, because I'm not gonna read them in English. It's called the leopard. The leopard in English. Because pansarhjerte is like the heart of a panther or a leopard. Apparently it means armored heart, but they call it a leopard in English for some reason. So this is the 8th book. I had this thing where I got all of them very, very cheap a while ago. I do low-key want on all of them, but now one of them I might as well read them first. But like you can't get these anymore in these, so I'm like, and they're kind of like cool to have because it's a famous Norwegian author. I'm trying to let go of this concept in my head. But I did, as I said, I did read 7 of them. They get thicker and thicker. And then after I read The Snowman, which was his most famous one, I actually had expectations for it and it let me down. So I haven't touched it since. And now I don't remember how many years that is since, but it's been a while. I'm not going to reread because it's like New Mystery Number 1. 600 pages. I want to cry. But I'm going to read that because apparently it's on my TBR. Then it was a silly book. So I decided to go for a middle grade. This is very low in middle grade. And that is the next one in the Moomin series by Tove Jansson, which obviously were written originally in Swedish. And I have the next one. This is The Wizard's Hat. I do believe it's called in English, but I'm reading them in Norwegian because I know all the creatures and all the names in Norwegian, as I grew up with it in Norwegian. It would be weird for me to read it in English. And I do have them all in Norwegian as well with these nice editions. This is a short book, which I honestly feel like I need if I need to read that Nordic novel book. It's like 150 pages and it's going to be very short read. It has cute illustrations. And yes, it does look silly because all the creatures look silly and it's chaotic and it's weird and it does make sense. So I think it fits for the prompt. So that is my next 3, and I do believe that 2 of them I can't even read digitally, so I'm just suffering for you and for myself, and it's great. See you later. Hello. I have yet again not finished all the books I picked, but some of it, and then we have to pick new ones because I'm traveling, and then I feel like maybe there's a chance that I will read a lot when I travel because I need to wait a lot, and then I sit down and read. So what we have finished, we can talk about that first. Have we even finished that much? We finished 2 things, yes. So I was in The Teller of Small Fortunes. I already talked a bit about it. That is a lady that is avoiding big prophecies, etc. because she had bad experiences with that in the past. It is a cozy fantasy of her realizing things. And right before this, and the beginning of this video, we know that I talked a lot about cozy fantasy and that I do enjoy the genre a lot. And I did enjoy this a lot. I just felt a bit flat towards the whole thing. I don't know why. I don't know if it's because I had to read it over several days. I really couldn't settle down with it a lot. Because a lot of things I didn't really have time to read. So I read this in small chunks and then a big chunk in the end, and at that point I wasn't that invested. I don't know if it's anything to do with that, or if it just I didn't feel like the cozy was completely we go on this tiny journey with companions, and then things happen on the way and we learn things, and then it comes together in this nice, in a way, found family way. So in theory I should love it. I just didn't. I just feel I didn't immerse myself, and while I had the other cozy reads I read the 2 ones before this, I really loved and really felt homey with it, and I just didn't feel like that with this. Now I sound really, really critical, etc. because there are some parts of this that they bring up racism, etc. and different societies that I feel it's not discovered or discussed in that much in the other reads I've done maybe. So I do see there is a backdrop here that is maybe stronger. So I do enjoy it, and I didn't dislike it. I just didn't feel connected with it. So I gave it a 3, and now I don't know what to do. I don't know, and it's so cute. I don't know if I should try to read it again because I felt really weird when reading it, or if it's the book itself, or if I should keep it. I can't decide if I should keep or yeet, because then I do want a sequel in the US hardback to match this, and then I need to buy another book because I do want that as well. I can't decide because I just feel I didn't love it the other cozy ones. Then my gut is telling me to get rid of it, but then I'm but it was still cute though. There were parts I enjoyed, so I can't decide. As I need to think on it a bit, but I didn't love it as all the cozy reads in here, but it doesn't mean that it's and it means bad. It's just I didn't feel as connected to it as I done with the others. And then I did read the one with a name in the title. I did read I'm Not Jessica Chan by Anne Liang, which I knew was going to be a banger, and it was truly such a good time. And I didn't know the synopsis of this because I just knew I wanted to pick it up because of the author, so I didn't know anything. But it does follow a main character, Jenna, that has always been jealous of her cousin, her perfect cousin, that she's super good studying, she's the top student, and she just comes into her world, which is both of their gold school, and she personally doesn't come in, but Jessica does. And then she has this wish where she wishes she is Jessica, and then she wakes up in her body, but as she becomes more know Jessica and like discover how everyone endorsed her and how everyone like praises her and thinks she's incredible, she erases herself on the way. Then she will realize that maybe being Jessica is not as perfect as it might be. There's like obviously a very obvious message to the whole book. You can tell how it's going to go from me talking about it, but I just thought that it was so fun. I thought it was really interesting perspectives. Like our main character's in a way a bit dislikable of the way like that she wants this kind of acceptance that is kind of impossible to gain. But that is also the sort of the point of a character, because that is how she ended up in this situation. But then she does learn from this, and she does see that there's a lot of value in her that maybe Jessica, not that she doesn't have, but that is valued, and that she's valued as a different kind of person, and that is also okay. And I just think I like the magical aspects of Anne Lee stories. This one, and If I Could See the Sun, has magical aspects. I don't think that the others do. The other two read, they don't, but I love them as well. Their romance is really good. We have a simping man, and I love myself a simping man. I was just like squealing a bit inside of me. And again, the messages are good, and obviously we follow immigrant family because they are cousins, etc. And like one is more successful than the other, but there's so much more like nuance to it, and how like they're expected to perform in school, how they're expected to act, etc. And so much more like culture, etc. in their lives that is added to the story, that makes the story great as it is. And a lot of like, again, critique towards academia. There's so many things you can pull forward from this. This is kind of YA fantasy I want. This is the one YA fantasy author, not YA fantasy, sorry, YA contemporary I want, and YA contemporary author that I just get behind, and I fall for all her books still. And they're just so incredibly good. I cannot not recommend this author more. That is why, like, author by author, read anything that she writes. Really, really, really enjoyed this as I thought I would. It was like very easy to read, obviously, because of this genre, and just like I fell into the story. I fell for these characters. I saw the message, and I did enjoy it, and I gave it a very strong 4-star. So that is really nice. Then I did start the Leopard, as we found out that this is called in English, and this I read like 100 pages of it yesterday after I read Jessica Chan. But then my problem is that I'm traveling, and I don't travel with physical reads. It's just not a thing I do honestly anymore, and I can't borrow this digitally, so we need more books. Now I have the Moon book actually digitally that we picked last time, but that is a 150-page book, and I think that I could read that while literally waiting for my flight. And since I'm not traveling that long, but there is some travel time, and I'm gonna be alone, so will try to read in the hotel room, etc. I do want to pick up more books so like I can have in case what if there's delays, etc. And I don't have my next book just because I will read definitely the Moment book, I think, and I do have another library loan I could read, but like I don't know how fast or slow that is. Maybe that's the only thing I will read, but like I want security, you know, you get what I mean. So we're gonna pick 3 new ones as we've been doing, and then they better be available digitally, honestly, at least like 2 of them. This is a book with a witch. Book with a witch. Oh my god, it doesn't show. There you go. Book with a witch. Maybe could I read a book I literally just got in my mail? Like I unboxed it before starting this clip. We can check. And then we have vampire. And I assume that we need a book with a vampire in it. I have a bad option for this, but it's a long book that would entertain me. And then last but not least, book about family. That can be so many things. Okay, book about family. I actually really need to sleep, so I'm gonna go quickly and pick up my things. I think I have some decent picks. So for a book with a witch, I think I really need the Honey Witch, because I took out some cozy reads because I wanted to read a couple to like a few recommendations in this video, because I really like the genre. And then Honey Witch I think is cozy, at least it looks cozy. It has a witch in the title, and it is about someone who's going to become the next Honey Witch. Also a favorite edition. They did a lot of cozy things. I don't think people liked it because they had to make their own subscription with it. I'm reading that. I hope it's available digitally. And then for a vampire, I picked The Ashes and the Star-Cursed King, which is by Curse of Brabant, which is the second part of the Nightborn Duet, which is like the second book in like, but there's like more books in this world. And the first book I had to use in my thesis, and there's vampires obviously in it, and it's about the main character who like fights in kind of like a Hunger Games like thing to win this wish, and then she meets this dude, that Rain, that she falls for, and who's a vampire, and her like adopted father's a vampire. And there's more. So there's like a vampiric world. I definitely think that this counts. I'm not that excited because I didn't actually love Serpent, and I read it I read it twice, but I had to read it like a lot of parts of it many times because of my thesis. So I've been like putting off the sequel. It's also really, really, really thick, but I thought it would be nice to get it on my TBR. So we are doing that. And then for a book with family, obviously I have so many other options, but then I thought I picked a lot of fantasy now. Because I'm sitting with my fantasy shelf, then suddenly that became very easy. But I thought I would read Ghost Girl Banana, and this one I picked up last year around my birthday again. I was in the fiction section apparently, and this is by this Wharton, and I picked this up literally because of like the title. This is about Sokyin, who is exiled from Kowloon to London and orders to restore honor to her family. So that is in a way about family as well. This is in 1966. Now we are 1997, the year I was born. We follow her daughter Lily, and she cannot remember her mother that she lost. And now she goes on a journey to like meet her heritage again. So I do think like this is a lot about family and the family ties, etc. Obviously, a book about family can be like interpreted in so many ways, but definitely think that this fits. So now I'm gonna see which one I can check out at the library. Do you think it will be fine? Hopefully. If not, I will scream. But yeah, I am leaving. I will maybe vlog in a hotel room, but like I might just finish up things when I get back home and like talk about it then. It all depends on what happens. See you another time. So I have finished all the books that I picked out for this so far, and I want to pick out new books, but I'm about to go to work. But I feel like we have like, I can speak to for like at least 15 minutes. If I'm really quick, we can go through all the books because I can be quick, and besides the length of this video is probably abnormal anyway. So the first of our latest book, but we haven't talked in a while I feel like, was Panzerhjerte or the Leopard, which was book 8 in Jo Nesbø. Funny enough, the newest, like there's a new like Netflix series in Norwegian out. They made a movie some years ago with Michael Fassbender that like flopped, not because of Michael, because they like cut off the script and it was some weird stuff. I haven't watched the new series. I checked it out and it's like 9 episodes that is 1 hour long. How could they make such a long series from that? Like they made it out of book 3. How? I don't get it. But this one is another mystery. We have Harry Hole coming back again after the last one, which was like the Snowman, which is like one of the most famous one in the series. And then we saw a mystery once again. And I don't care. And it's like 600 pages, and it's a lot to follow this man that is a bit unconventional, as it is every detective in the Nordic Noir. And then it's just like, it's very whatever. I didn't care about the mystery, and then we solved it, and I was like, okay, it's not a book for me at all. I have been keeping on to these because actually they just reprinted all of the ones in the series in paperback that are like, they are black, white, and red, and they have like spread edges now. No, Jo Nesbø has spread edges, at least in Norway, which is funny. So they just reprinted all of them, I think, in honor of the new series. So in theory, these covers like are old now and like out of date, and like these are like the small paperbacks they sometimes made in Norway, but now almost all the Norwegian paperbacks are like taller, which I actually enjoy more. I don't like these small ones. I never liked a paperback. This is similar to a mass market, but still I've kept on to these because I paid really little for them, and I just feel like, oh no, I need to keep them, and now I'm just like, do I? So like they keep or like unhaul like slots in my list is empty because I don't know what to do with this series. I do want to complete it before unhauling it because I do have the rest of the series. I just don't know if I should keep them, because the thing I was going to keep, because it's like a big Norwegian thing, I don't know if it's worth it anymore. That was a really bad review. I don't have that much to say. Next up was, of course, Trollmann's Hat by Tove Jansson, which was a cozy read, wasn't it? A cozy cover, wasn't it? I don't actually remember the English title for this. It's maybe The Wizard's Hat or something. And Moomin is a world Tove Jansson created, or Moomin Valley, where we have like different kind of creatures and there's illustrations in them, and they go on these weird adventures that make sense within this world, but they're really like weird, but it's like super cute, and it's obviously a children's story, but it's just so much fun, and it's just like such fantastical and so fun things made up. It has cute illustrations, and I loved like some of the adaptations I saw when I was a kid, and I just personally really like it. It was a really good time, and very cozy, especially going from the Leopard to this was really great. So I really enjoyed them, and I have all of them, and those I'm definitely keeping. Then I'm struggling, guys. Then I didn't read these in order, but this is the order that we picked them, so it's fine. But I did read The Ashes and Star-Cursed King. This is another 600-page read, and as I did mention, I read the first one for my thesis and written a lot about it, so I actually remember a lot from that. And here we wrap up the couple like with Oriah and Rain in this one, and then like the series consists of like several duologies, if I'm not incorrect here. We have like 2 people here, and then like that is why it's a Nightborn duet, and then the next one is another couple within the same world following another house with another couple. And I just didn't care because of certain things that happen in the end. We are in like a hard path for our relationship, and we need to obviously confront all the things that happen in the end of the first one. That follows a human girl that is gonna basically compete in a Hunger Games, but for vampires, but she's the only human there. She meets this dude that, and they form an alliance. And yeah, my voice sounds so weird to my ears because I got ready for work and then I usually don't talk to anyone for like 3 hours. So there's that. But I just, I don't know how to describe this kind of book where I don't really enjoy myself, because it's very much like they're mad at each other and then there's politics happening, but then like we keep going back to them being mad at each other, or she's mad at him, and then like you have to fix it, and then she's horny, but she shouldn't be horny, and then it's just like playing off that, and then obviously things do get solved, and yay, obviously happy ending because it is a romanticist. I don't know like what else you would expect. And it's just like you're just waiting for certain things to happen because you know what's gonna happen. And I just don't find it that interesting. I just don't love this kind of set of horror story, and I know that this is very, very popular and people love it. I just, for me, it doesn't work completely because I just don't care enough about the world, and I don't care enough about their characters and like the relationship. I like some romanticy. Actually, I actually like the build up to a relationship the most, but I just feel like the trends in the genre, I guess, it's just things that I personally don't love. So personally, I've fallen a bit like out of love with it, but it doesn't mean that I hate the genre or anything like that. And I read some romanticy, I like suddenly low out of nowhere. But this one just falls and I like not enjoying. And I didn't enjoy the first one either. And then I like bought all of them because I like these. I just thought they were cool. And I'm like, oh, they take up so much space. But I just feel like I don't know what to do with them. I again don't know if I should unhaul them or not. This is another one I was like on hold. I can't decide. I should finish all the ones I have. Obviously, I just feel like I'm not going to enjoy them because I read another series or another book by the author and didn't enjoy that either. I just feel like this author specifically writes like stories that I find very flat when reading them. I like don't feel connected to anything. Then I did read The Honey Witch, which was a book with a witch, wasn't it? Which is a cozy read. I read actually this first of everyone because it was shorter. And this follows a girl that is kind of chosen out, or not chosen out, but she's like the next witch in the family, and she goes through this ritual. And in this ritual, if they fall in love with her, they will die, like anyone. And then like the one before her, which is like her grandma, her aunt, like lived all her life alone because obviously she was cursed. And then the main character starts having feelings for this girl, or like the girl starts with, like, having feelings for her, and they can't be together because of this curse. And then in theory, she's supposed to like work as a witch and like heal people and help people like such with her powers. So I don't mind like a curse, and I don't mind, I was gonna say, any of that, but it was just very heavily focused on that. It's almost like a romanticy, but a cozy one almost. And like all the witchy part really like fell on the side. It was more about this curse, etc. I thought we were going to learn how to be a witch and like focus on that, but I guess that is on me to have those kinds of expectations. But it was a lot about this relationship over and over and over and over, and if they could be together. Obviously I love myself a sapphic story, but the whole story felt very flat to me because I just didn't care enough about these people in these short amount of pages, at least for me. And I just, the way it was written, and I wasn't completely on their side. And then since we focus so much on it, again, I lost a bit interest, a bit like Ashes and Stalkers King. I don't really care for their relationship there either. It's my own fault, I think. Again, I wanted to enjoy it. I thought it was going to be a cozy read. I feel like the vibes gives very like cozy witch in the forest, but it wasn't focused on that at all. And then I was just like, I don't really care that much for the relationship, so I ended up not really enjoying it. I like this edition a lot though. I think it is a standalone as well. It's like so cute with honey and everything, but I feel like I didn't enjoy enough to keep it, but it makes me sad. So I don't know yet. I haven't decided on that one either. I can't decide if I should unhaul or not. I feel like I have it on hold pile and I might just lie them there, and then like if I haven't missed them, I haven't missed them, you know? Okay, so last one for this was Ghost Girl Banana. This is by Grace O. Wharton. This follows two POVs. We have 1966, Sok In was exiled from Kowloon to London, and then she lives there and she needs to restore honor to her family. I'm just checking the synopsis of like the times and stuff. And then we are in the future, 1997, and we have her daughter Lily, who can barely remember her. She gets this like will from this Chinese person, and like she only gets like all of this money if she goes to China and like experience her roots basically. And then she connects more with the family she ever thought she will. She maybe solves like some sort of, I was gonna say, mystery. We go on that travel, etc. And then like we switch POV between like every chapter between the mother and how like she survived in London and tried to do all of this for her family, etc., and her daughters, and then obviously in the future of this journey, etc. And I thought I would honestly love it more. It sounds like a story that is gonna come together and like in a really nice way where I would be like, oh, like in the pieces. Did we just read another historical something? Like Burnt Shadows. Like that one I felt like came very together and I was very like immersed in it. Even though in the end I'm like, another book as well, but I still enjoyed it. But I feel like I never came to this point where I cared that much for it. I'm not saying that it was bad or anything. I feel like stories like this that explores heritage and like a mother and daughter relationship where they barely knew each other almost because she was gone when she was so very young. It wasn't bad, I just didn't feel as connected to this. I thought I would love this maybe like Last Night at the Telegraph Club, or I really thought that I read Mongrel for this one, but apparently that is longer ago. Time would just whoosh together. But there's another book, Mongrel, where we have like a mother and a daughter POVs and another POV, and then it all connects in a different way, and that was really beautiful. So I really enjoyed that. I thought that it was going to be similar to that, but it wasn't. That doesn't mean that I didn't enjoy it, but it was just like a bit when it came to the revelation of everything, I was just like, okay, you know what I mean? So I gave it like a 3. I didn't say the ratings for anything else, but I think the one of all of these I learned the most was a Moment book, honestly. But now we talk about all the books that we picked, because we picked a bit like here and there because I had to travel, and then I used ages actually finishing the book. We're going to pick 3 more prompts, and then I'm going to go to work, but I'm like, then I can think on at work and I'm like, get back to you when I come home of what I actually picked. So recommended by a child. What does that even mean? I don't know any children. Like, do I need to actually talk to a child? Or can I just pick a book that I know is recommended by children? That is hilarious. Recommended by a child, and then we have Set in a City You Want to Visit. Oh, but I don't want to visit anywhere. I just wanna go to fantasy worlds. Or do I? I would die. Last one. And then we got sweet word in the title. Example, sugar honey cake. And we just read The Honey Witch. This is really bad. This is like the horror of not knowing what is coming up because you picked something that was perfect and then you have to figure out more stuff. Okay, I'm gonna have a long think on all of these. You should see me later today. Okay, it's actually the next day. So I didn't speak to you when I came home from work, but I struggle a bit with the like recommended by child challenge, because I was like, do you want me to speak to a child? Like anyone under 18 and be like, hi, do you recommend me a book? Because like that kind of, they could say anything. They would probably just tell me like, I don't know any children either. They would tell me like things they read in the library, etc. And I know exactly which kind of books they would recommend. And I'm like, but it needs to be on my TBR. That is like the whole point of this. And so I was like, can't I just take something I know that children would recommend? It's a bit of a stretch, maybe you're doing it. I didn't really like, it was a bit of a hard challenge. I am picking like still like a really lower, is a middle grade, but in the lower end. Still feel like it fits, and that is Someone Al-Jada, which is The Summer Everything Happened by Ibn Akalia, which is an author that is very, very popular. He wrote another book that is more popular than this one, and then I got like this for free, so I just grabbed it, which is like, it's a very like typical, like you read it when you're like, I would say like 10 to 12 kind of story, and it's really like big letters, very easy to read, and this author is very popular. Like the last book by the author, yeah, it's called Lost Alol, which is Lost is a name, and then he is lol, like laugh out loud, I assume. But that was made into a movie and like very, very popular, and people like really has talked so highly about that one. I just haven't read that one, and I'm not sure if I would keep this after reading it, but I in my head want to collect like also as well, but it's maybe the kind of books I don't need, because these are the books that like are always in the library in a way. Don't know, but like I guess it's going to be like drama in the summer, etc. So I feel like it fit as much as it could for the prompt. The point is that we read from a TBR. Now the next one was to read a book set in the city you want to visit, and in the summer I'm going to Paris to see BTS. So obviously I want to visit Paris a lot because that is when I will be seeing BTS. So I just searched in Libib for Paris, and I assume that then in the synopsis it searches synopsises as well. It would show a book set in Paris or anything to do with Paris. So I did get All the Life We Cannot See, which is by Anthony Doerr. This is in the Second World War, and we really follow a main character that is blind, and I heard amazing things about it, but it's set in Paris. I personally don't like Second World War story that much, or like war stories as much, and like historical fiction as much. So I don't know how I'll feel about it, because I feel like a lot of them are written to make you like very emotional and cry, and it's like forceful in a way. I don't know how to describe it, but I heard amazing things about it. I know there's a show. I was supposed to read this like not last year, I feel like the year before, I said like 25 and 25 or something, or 24 and 24, and I didn't. So I do really want to read it. I own it for a reason. I have my hopes now. It is like 500 plus pages, but I mean, it's always nice to learn more and it's always nice to read more perspectives, etc. But it's just not my favorite kind of story. Then the last one was to read have like a sweet in the title. So I do have sweet bean paste, which obviously fits very well because bean paste can be sweet and is sweet, etc. This one I feel like is a cozy read, and then I don't know, I assume that these people are going to meet and have connections, etc. It looks so cute when I bought it. It is a short, like 200-page read. Very excited to read it. It looks so cute. So that is the picks. Very variety here, I think. Like one is like a basically a children's book, and then we have like a adult fiction, historical fiction war book. And then we have like translated. Is this translated actually? I actually haven't checked. Yes, it is. Translated Japanese fiction. Like it's a wide range of books here. So what is actually happening is I'm hopeful to finish these within like the next 3 days. I'm saying that very optimistic. We are obviously only on like book 23 out of 70. We are in the end of March in just a few days. So I have not reached my goal of reading all 70 in March. It's been a month. But the thing is that in the Easter, I have a lot of days off. So I'm doing a different challenge, which is the next episode of this. So I'm recording the next episode and then going back to this episode after that is done, but then posting this first and that after. So it's going to be a whole thing. It's a bit weird, but like I feel like that's a more logical step because I can only film that challenge in Easter when I have so many days off. So that is how it becomes like that. So then I need to take a kind of break from this for like a week plus, and but you won't tell. But I'm telling you anyway. You won't be able to tell because it's just going to be a continuation, and next episode is going to come after this, even though it's filmed in the middle of this. It makes sense. But I'm going to try my best to finish at least these 3, and then we pick maybe new ones after the challenge or something. I don't know yet, but we shall see. Let's go. Okay. So I have actually started my next challenge, but I wanted to wrap up the books that I read that we picked out because I did manage to finish those yesterday when the challenge started today, so that like not 30 books later I need to talk about them because then I will be confused. We did pick out first a book recommended by a child, then I picked out The Summer Everything Happened, and this one follows a young girl that is forced to spend her summer with her grandma, which is like out in the countryside, and she's just like not excited. She does not want to do this. She's super mad at her mother, etc. But then she meets the neighborhood boy who is also from Afghanistan, and he experienced a lot of racism because of this in this small town. And it's about a main character realizing that this is not okay. Like she knows it's not okay, but she has a hard time like doing something about it. She kind of just freezes up when things happen, etc. And it's also about her like falling in love. Like this is somewhere like a lot of things happened, but also just like her, I guess, finding confidence in standing up for others, which is obviously a good thing as a child, but then also about like deeper themes, I think. And I think that if you think of it as a children's book and you think about that it's written for children, it's a bit I guess it's trying to inspire them that's you standing up for what is not right. So I think that the message itself is good for the story. So yeah, it wasn't bad at all. I thought that it was a sweet like summer read. I got like almost like flashback to being like 12 years old and reading this in the summer. I feel like I would have like sucked it up and really enjoyed it. Like I enjoyed it now, but obviously I am a bit like older than like the target group. I just feel like it would have hit if I've been a bit younger, etc. And I think it brings up very important themes for children to know about as well. So it was solid. So the next one was to read a book from a city you want to visit. And because I'm building like my book nook and it's a mess behind me because like I can't build right now, so it's just lying there. So I do have All the Life You Cannot See that I read. I thought that I would enjoy this more than I did. Like for example, I have read The Nightingale by Kristen Hanna, and I did enjoy that for what it was, even though like it definitely is like not my genre. I was still like and captured by the story of those sisters, etc. But this one just didn't capture me at all. I just didn't care for a single thing. We do follow these 2 different characters. One is a girl who goes blind, or like went blind a while ago, but she's like blind under war, etc. And like another one is a dude that is a German orphan and joins like the Hitler Youth group. And these paths does connect somehow. And then also like there's this object that is kind of moving around that they are also related to, and then it goes like over the war and how that affects them and like different situations that come in, and then more than that. And I guess it's like a twisted story that's supposed to bring them together. And I get that, like my brain gets that, but I just didn't care, and I felt really bad because I honestly thought that I would enjoy like parts of this because it seemed like the kind of historical fiction I could like if I liked it, but I just couldn't connect with it at all. The writing was like in a way poetic. Still didn't enjoy it. I think that the writing especially made it like feel very distant and weird to me. So I didn't really have a good time like at all. I do want to watch the TV show. I think like maybe visually I would feel more emotions. I do believe it's like limited series, right? Like again, I didn't enjoy it at all, and I honestly thought I would enjoy it partly, but not like love it like a lot of other people did. But yeah, the writing I think for some people would work really well, but for me it didn't work at all. So I don't really have that more thoughts. I'm thinking I would honestly unhaul it because I don't feel like I enjoyed it either way to keep it. So the last one we picked was obviously a book with a sweet word, and I read Sweet Bean Paste. In this one we have this dude that is working in this dorayaki place. Was that what it was called? And then he's struggling with the bean paste for the dorayaki, and this old woman comes in and be like, can I work here? I made bean paste for like 50 years. And at first he's a bit skeptical because she has like damaged hands, etc. But then he still gives her a job, and she makes like this amazing bean paste, and they have like a really good partnership together in the store. But then he finds out like the reason why. And does it say here? Yes, as a woman with disfigured hands and troubled past may form this friendship. But I wouldn't actually say a spoiler, but there's a bit of a reveal of like why she has these hands and like where she comes from, etc. So I don't want to say it, so you can experience it for yourself. But it ended up not at all being what I thought it was about. And like I thought we were just gonna vibe and make some food, but it was honestly so much more touching. It has so much more deeper topics. It's a lot about human relations and how you can meet people and connect with them without like knowing you do so at all. I thought it was a really touching story. Like you can see the cover. We have a high school girl, we have the chef dude and the old woman, and I thought that the way it played out, it was predictable after a little bit because you kind of know where it's gonna go. But I think it's very much just about life and how people you meet will touch you, which is again in a way a bit like I thought I would feel about this one, but it didn't. We just had this a place, and you kind of just you want this place to go well, and you want everyone to be okay. Some parts is predictable, but other parts like I don't think it goes exactly. It's really funny because I just said it was predictable, but I feel like a lot of these stories goes somewhere, and then it does. Parts of it, yes, but other parts of it doesn't. But I found it very enjoyable. We talked a lot about cherry blossoms. I think that it was really touching, and I really enjoyed it. I was scared that like it would fall flat, but it didn't at all. So we very much recommended. I looked up if the author had other books, but yes, but not in English it seems like. It was really, really sweet. So now, as you know, I am in the middle of my reading challenge. I'm filming the next episode, TBR Tumble, which is now really silly because that episode will be done before this one, so I should have just posted that first, but that would not be correct like regards to like the numbers of my TBR and stuff. But I thought we could pick the 3 next prompts anyway, even though I'm not going to read them now, so that like what if I get something very specific and I accidentally read it for the other TBR Tumble? That would be stressful, which is why I wanted to finish this episode before, but I didn't. So drink on the cover, I do believe I have that, hopefully. I don't think any of the reads I wanted to do has a drink on the cover, so that's good. And then we got the next, which is written by a millennial, I can't even say it. I don't even remember what a millennial is. Like, I know that it is a year span, but I don't remember. Can I show you the prompts? Well, it doesn't really matter. I don't remember the year span in my head right now, but I will figure it out. And then cover with a horse on it. I think I unhauled the other horse books I had. I don't know if I have any horse books anymore, because I read the one that I had with a horse. I don't think I have any others, but I will try to figure it out. Erica's not making this easy, is she? Okay, so see you in a week, I guess, but a second for you. Hello. So it has been a whole week since I have been doing the other challenge, but I can now continue this vlog. And I'm like very stressed of the fact that we only like read 23 books here, and we're supposed to read 70. And I want to finish this in March, and now we are like 1 week into April. So let's see what I can do in April to redeem this. But I picked out the 3 books that we picked up prompts from before I disappeared for myself. So the first one was A Drink on a Cover. So I decided to go for a convenience store by the sea. Don't know why I'm holding the mic, but this t-shirt is a bit weird. So since it is a convenience store, there should be like there's a whole like, is that a fridge with drinks? Or is it actually cigarettes? But there is at least a coffee there in the window. So that is a drink on the cover. So that is like a cozy book that I'm excited to read. Then we have Written by a Millennial. I had to Google, that was between 1982 and 1996, I believe. I can't remember, 1982, not 92, whatever I said. But I did find out that Renee Adier is born in 1984, if I'm not incorrect, so by a millennial. And then I just picked out The Righteous, which is book 3 in the Beautiful series. I read 1 and 2, obviously, and I have 3 and 4, which is like a vampire series, but then also different creatures, and it's written very poetic and weird, and it's kind of like enjoyable, but then it's also not. It's really weird, but I haven't read the second one in a really long time. I don't know how I feel about it now, but I do have the rest of the series, so I should complete that. The last one was to read a book with a horse on the cover, and I did find one book with a horse on the cover. It took a little while, but that is Shaman's Crossing by Ron Hobbs. I do start a new series, but I have all 3 books anyway, so it is on my TBR. And we have, as you can see, a horse. And I read Robin Hobb very slowly in general. Obviously, this is not in realm of underlings, but still, I know I read her writing slowly. And I don't know, like, I heard mixed things. Like, it's not as good as Realm, but I still wanted to read it because it's Robin Hobb. So we should see how I feel about it. But I'm scared of it since I know I'm going to read it slowly, and it's also quite thick. But those are the picks, so we shall see me later when I complete some. I'm also going to Oslo this weekend, so obviously I am borrowing these as well, but like, so I don't know if I should pick more as Billy, because there's some other reads I also have to complete that is not for this blog as per usual. So we shall see how many books I need for that. Guys, I'm struggling like the most ever with reading, even more than in the beginning of this, because I feel like I had a good trajectory in the beginning where I wanted to finish this up in March. I'm so upset. We have like 11 days left of this month after picking this challenge up again. After having to take a break because I was doing the next episode in between, we have finished 2 books because we picked out these prompts before I started that challenge, and we have read 2 of them. And that is like how long ago? I mean, okay, I wrapped up that challenge last Monday. I was done with that challenge, which was the 6th. Then we had a whole week where I didn't apparently manage. I read a bit, but I didn't like manage to finish this until the second book in that weekend. And then we had this whole week, like next week, from the 13th to the 19th, were like 100 pages. Even like my other reads, I only listen to audio. I done no progress. And now we have 1 week and 4 days left. 5 days if you count this day I'm on. Just so bad. I haven't even finished 3 books in like 2 weeks. Don't look at me. I want to cry. I'm sorry for like complaining so much. I just like, this is the process of the vlog. So like I wanted to finish this obviously in April because I gave myself another month because we didn't finish in March. It's just not happening. How am I going to read 40 books in a 1.5 week? Like, it's not happening. And that means I have to delay it into May, and I just hate that. I just hate that. I know that 70 books is a lot though, but it's just that it doesn't help that I'm not reading. But I done a lot of audio, but not for this one, but for other things. So like, if I now that I finish off with all those other things, I could like double this a bit up if I do some audio as well. We can maybe get pretty far into this by the end of April, but I am upset with myself, and I'm using time in this vlog to talk about how upset I am because I really want to finish this up in April, and then like the last 2 weeks I just disappeared. There's been a lot of other things, and like I haven't like spent time reading because I like been puzzling, but then I've done a lot of audio, but not for this vlog, so it doesn't really help me. I wanted to pick out new books today because I'm soon done with my other audio, and then I wanted to see what new books I could do for the audio. I also haven't finished my magical read on TBR, and as we know, I just said how much is left of April, so everything is failing, and I'm not usually a failure, especially with my reading, and it's making me feel guilty towards myself. No one cares, but I do. Quickly thought that we could talk about the books I actually have read. So I did read Queen in the Store by the Sea. This is a Queen in the Store, and then we have the Customers Coming By, etc. I didn't really love this. I don't know why. The writing was so weird. It's really like rough and weird and made me not care for the story at all. This is a 1-day read, and I feel like I used 3 or 4 days on this because like I just read like maybe like 60 or 30 pages and then didn't bother reading. And then eventually I did finish it, and I didn't even like it at all. It looks so cute, but it's not. And a part of me still want to do the sequel because that's what I do. And I like to keep these, but then like since I didn't like it like almost at all, I'm like, do I want to keep it? I can't decide on anything. But yeah, I just didn't care for the people's stories. I just didn't care how it was written. It's really, really weird. I don't know, maybe was it because I am in a very, very weird reading mood if you can't tell, but I didn't enjoy it, which was sad. I gave it like a 2, I think. Then we did read the sequel, or like the 3rd book in the Beautiful Quartet, which was book 3, Righteous, which is a vampire story set in New Orleans. We have in the first one a main character coming to New Orleans, and then she gets involved with vampires and a world of vampires. And this one we actually follow different characters, but the other characters show up after a while, but it took a long time before they were actually there. We actually focused on like 2 other characters, and I was just very surprised by the fact. And I was just like, is it that long since I read the second book? that I can't remember who the story is actually about. But it was a lot about different people. I do enjoy these. With all of Renee Ahdieh's books, I have enjoyed them, but I haven't loved them. She writes really like flower in this one now. I do enjoy like the atmosphere of the story, but I wouldn't say it's a favorite. But then there's like nostalgia towards the authors. I keep buying and having her books. Have I had enough character development in my life to not own these? Don't know. But it's still fun with like the court, and now there's more like fae involved and like different kind of magical like supernatural beings. I did enjoy this, but I don't care as much about the characters that we followed in this one, even though the others are there but not at present. I'm not seeing exactly how we're going to wrap everything up in the next one, but it was sure work itself out. I enjoyed this more. I gave it like a 3. And then I did start Shaman's Crossing. Started this on Monday, I think. Yeah, on Sunday. And I read like 100 pages because I haven't read, because I only listened to audio, because I wanted to puzzle. I do myself in the beginning of the year in like January, right, with just playing Minecraft. And now I'm doing myself by puzzling. But at least like I audioed so much, just not for this vlog. I read like I think 100 something pages. I do have a readathon right now, so I'm hoping to finish this today. I don't like know how I can describe it. We have a main character who's like the son of a soldier, and right now he's training with like horse people, which is why there's a horse on the cover, which I feel like remind me a bit of the Dothraki. And then I assume maybe that he will be more connected to these people. They are called the spec people than maybe his father Hope, because he's going to learn from them and learn to be like they're good warriors, etc. And then maybe he will go on their side. I don't know. That is like what I got so far. I've seen really bad reviews for this, but I still want to read it because it's Robin Hobb. And this is just the first one in a trilogy. I am enjoying it because like I'm curious to see how it will play out. And Robin Hobb is very good at characterization and world building and everything. Like she's a solid writer. But I also have heard and see negative things about this. I don't know. But I don't have any thoughts yet because I haven't finished it yet. But I still want to pick up my 3 next books to motivate myself. We have so many left. 2 weeks and 2 books and 100 pages. It's really, really bad for me. Like there's a reason I can pick out 70 books in a vlog. That is not what I done. First prompt, female main character. I feel like we can do some magical readathon books now. I feel good now. We need to finish those. We have translated to English. Okay. And then last one is 1-word title. These were like actually pretty easy prompts. Okay, let's see what my magical readathon TBR has. I only have 3 books left on my magical readathon TBR. I need to check. See you soon. Double check. We actually have 4 books left, but only one of them of the 4 fits for these prompts because none of them are translated and none of them has a 1-word title. But all of them, I think, has a female main character, so we can just pick and choose. I guess we can do The Young Elites by Marie Lu. This one is following Adelina. I do believe that this has like a villain POV or something. I don't know. And she survived something. She has a scar, and now she is a young elite, and she has an ability that any young elite before her. Last, she can control the vengeful darkness growing in her heart. Adelina could be a danger to them all. So this is one of the books on my magical readathon TBR. And then we have 3 left of that. And then, I don't know, I want to redeem myself a bit, like for the last part of the month. But I don't know if I can. Sorry, I'm so upset by myself. I realized I had to pick other books. I just started this clip and I didn't actually pick anything for the other prompts. I just started this. Give me another moment then. I did just like last week post my, when this is up though, that is like 100 years ago. I did post my R Fantasy 2026 Bingo TBR. So I thought I might as well focus on those. Almost all of those are on my TBR anyway. So I found some things that fit the prompts there. We have the Full Moon Coffee Shop. This is translated from Japanese, so it is translated into English. Oh, look at all this spacing. It's so much spacing. I can finish this really fast, which makes me excited because what if we pick out which books and did this? I don't know. And for 1-word title, we have Hazel Thorn by C.J. Drews, which is also on my R Fantasy TBR, which we get this out of the way, and it's only 1 word. I think we investigate like a murder. We are in like a haunted house-ish, so it will be good. So we have our 3 next reads. If I finish them and don't use 2 weeks, then we can pick out the next prompts and see if we can fit the rest of my magical readathon TBR there or something. It will be fine. It will work itself out. It'll be great. I'm gonna go and actually read to you later. Hello, I am as happy and shocked as you that I have finished all the books that we picked out since last time we talked, and it's only 2 days later. I guess 3 days later since we updated on the morning of Sunday, and we are now on the end of Tuesday, but still, like, in my head, that is amazing considering how it's been going here. Also, my bag looks terrible, but that's another case. So we did, first of all, finish Shaman's Crossing. Last time we talked, I did say this is about, like, a soldier's son, and then he's sent to like these other people that are in conflict with, and he's gonna like be taught from them of how to be a warrior, etc. And I thought that that section was gonna be like a really long section where like he was gonna learn all the things from them, and like I guess get a different perspective, and I guess in ways he did, but then it was more about like him going to this academy where all like these military boys sent, and it was more about that than I thought it would be, and like the drama in the academy, etc. Military training at the academy where we were experiencing injustice and foul play, and then his role will be challenged, and there's different things going on there. I actually thought this was not as interesting as I hoped it to be, as it is a Robin Hobb, as I love Realm of the Elder Rings, one of my absolute favorite things I ever read. I don't think that I found this or the world or the characters as engaging as Realm of the Elder Rings. Not that it needed to be the same, but I guess like since it's from the same author, I expected like to feel as engaged, even though it's not the same story. I just wanted to be immersed and cared for and like fall into different world from the author, and I didn't feel like that in this one. Like with Our Kwang, with Brandon Sanderson, like my faves, I fall in love so deeply, and here I was just like, I don't really care what's going on right now, this is kind of boring, and I didn't feel like the things were fleshed out and that the world building and like the characters were people I cared for and I want to know more about and I wanted to like care for. So I ended up not really liking it that much, and I gave it a 3, which is a bit disappointing. But I do have the rest of the series. Maybe it's the word me reading mood I'm in, but I didn't love it. What was like the actual next challenge? Because I need to have my spreadsheet open here. Yes, the next one was with a female main character. This one was Stand the Young Elise by Mary Lou. We had this world, as I said earlier, where people have fevers, they get abilities, a main character have an ability, is a survivor and has been abused by her father all her life, and then there's this group of young elites that has abilities and kind of recruits her, and she joins them, and then they want to take down the current regime, and then there's like, I guess, plots upon plots, if whose side she's really on, is she with the king, is she with actually young elites, or is she on her own side, and then things evolve from there. I thought that I would be more invested in this because I have enjoyed Maria Lou's writing and stories before, but I didn't really like this one either. It was very boring. Our main character was supposed to be like badass and cool, and I guess like a bit different from other main characters in like this era of time. I just didn't care for her. I was just like, oh, you are literally just like everyone else. I didn't really see the uniqueness of the story. They have abilities, they're trying to take down this regime, and it just really, really blended in with all of those stories. I didn't really love it, or like the politics and like the so-called plot twist. It was so and so. So I didn't really have that good time with it. I actually, like, if I don't enjoy the rest of the series, I would definitely unhaul it. I do think Legend was fun, and I think that managed for me when I read it at the time to play on the things that I enjoy and have an interesting like developments and stuff that I thought was exciting, but here I didn't feel like there was anything new or exciting within this genre and what I read, so I am giving it a 2, and I didn't really enjoy it. So yeah, again, maybe it's my weird reading mood, but here we are. Then I did read, not in this order, but I was order of the challenges, but I did also read Full Metal Coffee Shop, which looks much thicker than it actually is. Like, it is 260 something pages, I think, but like the font is enormous, so it's the spacing, so it could have honestly been like a 120 page book. I am not joking. And this follows this cafe that helps people that like feel, I guess, a bit lost in their life, and it gives them like meaning through astrology. I was about to say archaeology, but that's not a word. They go to this cafe that kind of just can appear anywhere, and then the people that help them look like cats, but they really are like the planets, and then they give them like a chart, and then like show them on this chart a direction their life can take, and like give them like, I guess, motivation, etc. And then this helps them, and we follow different POVs. Right now, a TV show writer, different paths. I actually really enjoyed it. Thought it was really cute, and there is, as I now have said, I feel like in every video I filmed lately, an overabundance of cute and meaningful translated fiction lately, where like it's really trying to give your life meaning. And I feel like there's a lot of that lately. Where the Coffee Goes Cold and like so many others is like really trendy right now. So I feel like there's a bit of an overabundance of them. And now I read a few where I was like, I didn't really care that much. But I thought that this was done well, and I thought it was a cute story. I do like following people, and I do like the supernatural aspects we have in these kinds of books. So I ended up liking it. I feel like I gave it like a 3.5. So that is good. And there is apparently 2 more in the series as well, which I found out when I was going to add it to Goodreads. Now for the one I finished tonight was Hazel Thorn. This is by C.G. Drews. This one follows a main character, Evander, who has grown up at this estate but not allowed to going outside or anything. And then this person, kind of grandpa, but they're not related, has been taking care of him. And then he dies, and he's trying to investigate like how this happened. And then Laurie is also just arrived there. Laurie is like his childhood friend that is the grandson of the dude that is the estates too. A couple of years ago, Laurie tried to hurt Lavender, and then we like tried to figure out why. And there's a huge attraction between them. And there's also dark and other things happening in this house, and we're trying to figure out like what is going on. There's some body horror, there's some terrible things happening there as well, and unraveling of all of this mysterious, etc. The author is really good at writing atmosphere, and I think really good at writing these queer stories that is very like intense and dramatic, and is really good at this dramatic writing, and I really enjoyed it. I think I liked Only the Forsaken a bit more, not like just to compare because I just read that as well, but I think, by the way, gorgeous. I think that this was still a solid horror, a solid story with interesting twists and turns. I actually guessed, I think, a little part of the story all the way in the beginning. I was like, I think it's this. And then it was that, but then it was also not that, which was really interesting because I thought that in Don't Let the Force In, I thought that it was a certain plot twist and it was that, but also not that. So now that has happened twice with the same authors, I thought it was funny. It is many different things happening. I was just going to see what this has in the synopsis, but it didn't really say that much. But yes, there is many secrets to unravel. There's many things and horror things happening in this house. So yeah, it was really good. I very much enjoyed it. I think the writing and atmosphere, again, is just very solid. So giving this a strong 4. Now, we actually finished books, which I'm very excited for. We still have a billion left. And I already know this vlog is very long. So let's just pick out 3 more prompts that I can hopefully finish very fast. I think constantly I can do some of this on audio so it will go faster. Every time I think that, a hole that I kind of need to read fast for my other side vlogs comes in, and then I need to listen to that, and then just as I'm about to finish that, I think, okay, next time I can listen to something for TBR Tumble, another one comes in. I'm not joking, it hasn't happened so many times lately. So next prompt was The Gift, which is a fun prompt. I'm showing you these prompts as if you can see them. Written by a Gen X. Oh, didn't we have like a millennial earlier? And I didn't remember what that was. I don't remember what a Gen X is either. And then we have Color of Your Shirt. Oh, like white, like creamy white right now. So we should see if I find something. Oh, wait, I think maybe the color, because I have some books left on my magical reel on TBR, and I think that one of them is literally the color of my shirt. So that would be amazing. But yeah, see you very soon for my picks. I'm actually going to play a Valorant game, and then right before I go to bed, I will show you the books. So see you soon. So it's 21:30. I should be asleep. I am not. I haven't even gone to bed yet because the game was a bit long because we had to play overtime. I have decided on some books, and then I decided to pick more prompts to fit in the rest of my magical read in TBR to just see what I get. Which is like, it's not even a cheat because I need to do like a billion more prompts anyways. It doesn't really matter. For a book that was a gift, I had taken out The Goodbye Cat, which is not on my magical read on TBR, but I had to think of like, what books do I have that is a gift? And I was thinking. And I remember that Delia sent me this one, so thank you so much. It was a present from my list, and it was a really sweet note as well, so thank you so much, Delia. This is another like cat cute book. The author of this, Hiro Arikawa, is also the author of The Traveling Cat Chronicles, which is a very sweet story of like an owner trying to find someone else to take care of his cat because he is sick. And in this one, I don't know, but I don't need more because it's a cat story, and it's like the same author that wrote that book that I really enjoyed. So yes, that is like an easy read as well, I think, even though it's much thicker than I actually thought. That is the first one. Written by a Gen X, is apparently a boomer. I just like, what is a Gen X? What is the years? And the years is 1965 to 1980. I found 2 books on my magical reader on TBR that can fit for this. The thing is, that is why I want to pick the next prompt to see if which of those 2 can fit in the next prompt, so I know that I got all of them in, or else I just need to kind of you know, like just read them outside it. But before we pick like the Gen X prompt, I was just like the color of your shirt. As I said, I have like a cream white. I have to read Lake of Souls. This one is like not the exact same color, but it is like cream white-ish. I like feel like it was the fate. Because like what are the odds here? Like it is not like the exact same, but again, how more similar can it be? Lake of Souls by Unlucky is a short story collection. But author, this is also in my magical readathon TBR. So I am super, super excited for this. It was as a 5-star prediction, actually, I think. Other people's 5 stars recommendations, and this was one of them. So I picked out this. So we're going to pick 3 more prompts. We're going to go a bit crazy here. And then you will see me in like 4 years when I finish those next 3 books. I just like picked them out of the mug and I didn't show you. First prompt, please have something that fits any of these books. It says a book that has been or could be on Book Talk. Okay. And then it says question in title. Ooh, that is a really good prompt. And then based on a true story. Oh. Then it worked itself out, honestly. The one of the ones I have for Magical Readathon TBR is The Coldest Girl in Cold Town by Holly Black. Holly Black is born in, I just had it up and then I closed the tabs down. According to Google, born in 1971. So within as a boomer, perfect. So then we have that one covered, and then a book that could be on Book Talk. Definitely Abby Minutes, which was the last one, I think. I'm a magical readathon TBR because romance is so popular there. I'm pretty sure Abby Minutes has been on there, but I've never been on Book Talk, so I don't know what's trending, but I'm pretty sure like some of her books has definitely been on Book Talk and been popular there. And romance itself as a genre has become so popular, I think, because of Book Talk the last few years. And Abby Minutes especially has become so popular, and I think that a lot of that, not all of it, but probably some of it and some of her popularity and like the things that's happened there is due to Book Talks. I would definitely say that it could fit there. So I'm taking this one, which is Life's Too Short, the last one in the Friendzone trilogy. Then I can start like the newest trilogy by the author when I read this. Amazing. Then I do need to find a question in the title and based on a true story, but I would do that like tomorrow because I don't want to think now. I need to sleep. You at least know like the next 4 books I'm reading. So I think it's fine for now. My inconsistency in reading and uploading this is wild, actually. But hello, we have finished more things. As we know, I needed a book closer gift, and we did read The Good Bad Cat. In this one, we have several short stories, and all of them had to do with cats. It was very, very cute. So it's just like several stories that has to do with cats. First one is The Goodbye Cat. That one I teared up in, and then I felt like as we were going further and further into it, I liked the stories less and less. Like they didn't feel as emotionally impactful as the first one, but it was just like so many solid stories about cats, and it was really, really good. I love all the cats books coming out in this world right now. I have read another cat book recently, a few days ago, and I feel like these have merged a bit together because I've read them really close. It's just really good. Some of them were fine, some of them were good, but like the first one was like the best. For example, here there's like illustrations of the cat too. The Night Visitor is like very short. Like that one is like how many pages? I was trying to check here. Like 3 pages, and then there's like more, right? And then there is different stories, and it's just like different cats, and it was very, very cute. It's like a story thing with cats. And yeah, again, the author Hiro Arakawa has a new release. I think like The Passengers or something on the line that was coming very soon in like the height I want. So I want that as well because I have enjoyed 2 books by this author. But Traveling Cat Chronicles was amazing as well, and this one was quite good. So very much enjoyed. Very happy about that. Then we had to have written by Gen C, and as we know, I did pick out Coldest Girl in Cold Town. I did not enjoy this. Oh, I struggled. So we have this where vampires out of the coffin, I was gonna say, and people know this. There is different routes to being a vampire, obviously, as always, but there's these towns that the vampires live in, and I think it's like you get like infected, and then like you might turn into a vampire, or you will turn into a vampire. It was just really, really weird. And we have a character that wakes up, she's been at the party, and then like boyfriend has been turned, or like her friend at least, and then like they're trying to get to this cold town, and then when they get there, things also happen as well. I didn't enjoy it. I didn't like how it was written. I didn't care for like the characters or anything. And I was just like, wow, I can't believe this was back when, as I said, I fairly didn't do as many editions, and I can't believe that I spent money on this. The editions were maybe as expensive as they are now, but still, I'm just like, ugh. It was just, I didn't like it. So the Hollow Blacks I have enjoyed is Cruel Prince, and this one here, which is actually a commercial on in the back. Darkest Part of the Forest. But yeah, it just felt like such an unserious vampire story. I just didn't enjoy it at all. I will be unhauling this because I don't need this, which is sad because again, look at this edition. But yeah, the vibes were not there and the atmosphere, but I didn't enjoy it. I don't want to talk more about it. I'm still updating this. I feel like it's like 100 years since I read it, honestly. Then, as we know, I did read Lake of Souls, which was matching my shirt when we last filmed. This one I did enjoy. It is Anne Leckie, who is a really, really good writer. Some of the short stories in the beginning have nothing to do with any of her other works. And then we have some short stories set in the Raven Tower world, which I can't remember a single thing of almost. And then a lot in the Imperial Watch world, which I have read and I loved a lot. But then I just felt like I didn't know where we were and what we were doing. Still, I don't know if it's something to do with me that I just remember really badly. Just like the short fiction doesn't always work for me, and this one didn't like completely work for me either. Because I love Anne Leckie's writing. I think in theory that she revised short stories are amazing, but I just like I struggle a bit remembering where and who we were. Even though in theory the stories were good, I was just like I was trying to world build in my head. Where are we in the Power Watch world right now? And it was not working out like completely for me. I will not say that this book is bad. That is badly written or that it's not a good short story collection. I just felt like for me it didn't 100% work, but I could try it again later. I could read maybe them more like separate. For example, I really do want to reread Imperial Watch. I feel like I'm pronouncing it incorrectly because they are incredible and I really want to reread them and then maybe go back to this and be like those set in our world. And eventually I do think I want to reread Raven Tower as well, because when I read it at the time I was confused and I didn't like love it. And then read those short stories, you know what I mean? Instead of like reading it as I did now when it's been a really long time since I've read those stories. I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with this. I just feel like I can completely like concentrate on stories because I was just like, where are we? Who are we? Where are we in the world? Etc. Maybe that was not the point of them, but I can help thinking like that. So it didn't like 100% work for me for those reasons. Then we have the prompt. It could be on TikTok, and we know I picked Life's Too Short for this, and I was a bit unsure of it. Actually, if you search for this on Amazon, it has like the book talk ban on it. I don't know how many they put that like ban on it, but it does. So it definitely fit for the prompt. This one was the last one in the first trilogy by the author, the first romance trilogy, and I very much love this. It was so good. It was really sad as well. We have a main character who thinks that she's gonna die soon. She's also a YouTuber and is taking a break to take care of her niece because her sister / the mother to the kid is unavailable to take care of it. And then her neighbor, who's super hot neighbor that had a cameo in the last book, helps her and they fall in love, and then they need to deal with the things that are unsaid between them and he needs to let go of control, etc. I really enjoyed it. I didn't give it like a 5 because I feel like I didn't reach the heights of the other books that I given a 5 by her, but it was still the most solid I think in this trilogy, because the last one was just very dramatic and it was like about like a country star, etc. And the first one had a lot of issues, even though it grew on me for after a while. The characters just, I had a lot of issues with them and certain parts of that plot, but this one was solid, and I'm excited to read like the newest one by her. Like I read it once in the middle, I went back, and now I can go forward again because now I have 2 releases by author I haven't read, but it was solid. I really enjoyed these books in general. These are like romances are like my favorite. And then I feel like we didn't talk about what I picked for the next ones, but I haven't actually started them. So the next one was a question in title. I don't have like anything with an actual question mark in the title, so I'm just like taking something that can be interpreted as a question. The most important thing is if I read something on my TBR, Erica did not think that this counted, but she has a deal. So I do have How to Die Famous, which is obviously like you explain something. It's like how you do this thing, but it could be also a question, how to die famous. So I'm using it. I actually was supposed to start this and I put it on my currently reading, and then I got to read like 1 chapter and then I haven't actually continued, and I've seen terrible reviews for it, so we should see if it survives my reading afterwards. But it seems to be like this show that was like really famous, and then other people like terrible things has happened to other people on the show or something, not all of them but a lot of them, and they try to reboot it, etc. So like a horror thing maybe, but yes, so I'm supposed to read this now, but then I've been distracted with other things. And then we had Based on a True Story, I found Forward the Ground by Murakami, which is based on the gas attack in Tokyo, and then like what actually happened. And then I think, is it interviews? I don't actually know, or if it's stories for the people that it actually happened to. I am unsure, but this was the next Murakami I had to buy, and it is based on a true story because it actually happened, obviously. So I thought it did fit really well, and then I picked this out. Now, I know that we haven't read these yet and I haven't fulfilled the prompt, but I'm still inclined to pick the next 3 just because we are here. And now we get like this weird balance because It's like, then I am like 5 unread ones, but it's fine. In theory, I should film both of those today, but it's not gonna happen. I just literally pulled out 3 at the same time. So we have mentioned in another book, but what other book has been mentioned in another book? I need to think on this one. This is why I need to pick out the prompts so I can have a while to think, like instead of like picking them instantly. And I just scroll through my books and stuff. Free pass. You can choose anything. Wow, you can't see the prompt. Anything. I should have had this when I was reading the book I've been reading for the past 2 days, because I've been reading for something else, but I hadn't picked the prompt yet. And then we have element, water, which is honestly, water sources are my favorite. But do I have anything? Oh God, please. Please. I have anything on my TBR with water right now. I do have a mermaid book. That is why I need to think a bit, so we know the next 3 prompts. And then, are we closing in on something? I feel like we're over halfway now. And I want to finish this within the next 11 days. I'm hilarious. See you soon. Hello. Suddenly got loads of time to read. I actually picked and finished books for all the prompts since last time. So that is nice. But the next one up was How to Die Famous, which was the question in the title. I didn't like this one at all. We kind of have this show that is cursed, as I now realize I already talked about. And then we have these characters that gets involved in the show and they're trying to like trick people, and there's like a whole thing. I am being very vague and my vlogging mood is like this much, but I want to continue picking books, so that is why we are being weird, sorry. But my point is that I didn't enjoy this at all. I just didn't see the point. I think it was really weirdly written. I didn't care for any of the characters. I didn't enjoy this at all. Giving a very low rating, and I am unhauling it because I don't want to keep this because it just had nothing in it for me. Sorry for the short reviews, but we finished that. And then the next one was based on a true story. So we did have, as I said, Underground by Murakami, which was a book I read when I was in a really, really bad headspace as well. So do not recommend doing that. But this is Murakami interviewing people that was in the terror attack or a gas attack, Tokyo gas attack, 20th of March 1995. Now I'm embarrassed if I'm saying the wrong year. Knew very, very little about this, even though, like, for example, I did take a Japanese bachelor. We talk a lot about Japanese history. I do not feel like we talked about this at all, but it was this cult that was behind this. And then in the beginning we have interviews with a lot of people that was involved, and like surrounding like some people that passed away, etc., and the people around us when it was happening. And like we kind of switch POVs because there's many interviews, and we kind of switch the person and we kind of go through the same thing again and again from one POV, and then like we switch to like where it was also happening and how people felt afterwards. I felt really sick, and then some of them didn't even know that it was an attack either. They kind of just went home or went to work and felt really weird, which was obviously very upsetting. And then later they saw the news and how for some of them how it has affected them later. That is the first part of the story. And then the second part is more the POVs of the people who actually did this and about this cult, etc. Overall, I think that the book is done really well. I think that you learn a lot. I feel like it was a bit, which maybe is rude to say, but it was a bit repetitive because you would just read switching between like all the people that was somewhere where people were affected by attack, and you just go through every person, and it's kind of like the same over and over and over. But obviously, it's very important to write about these things, and I again learned a lot, and it's a lot about like the effects in aftermath and the reasons behind this and everything. Like, I don't read a lot of nonfiction, and they said always should just picked up because there was an Murakami on my list. But still really interesting. I think again it was done well. I don't think the second part was as appealing because I didn't like care for that much for like the people and the things behind it in a way. But again, well researched and eye-opener for many. And obviously I think that especially since Murakami is such a big name in the world in general, he definitely shed light on something that happened that I feel like not a lot of people outside, I mean, like obviously a lot of people probably will know about it more, maybe even more than me. A lot of people won't. And I think that he sheds light on a big happening there that affected a lot of people. And I think that obviously that is good. So it was a good book, but it was also depressing. And then we did read the next up, which I didn't say what I picked for. I just kind of read them, which honestly, then we get less clips here, which is maybe a nice thing. So we had mentioned in another book. And for this one, I had to think a bit. And the first book I could think of is Person in a Wallflower, where teacher recommends a lot of books to Charlie, the main character. And I remember a time, like when I read this a billion years ago, I want to read all the books mentioned in that, which obviously is a lot of classics. So I just Googled books mentioning Person in a Wallflower, and I picked the first one that I have and that I haven't read before. And one of the first ones that showed up was Catcher in the Rye by J.D. Salinger, which obviously then is a classic that I got from a TBR. It's really a glary cover. Like, it's just a title as well. That like it's really, you can barely see it. And obviously I have heard about this before. It's a big classic, at least in America, and it is obviously interesting to read classics, etc. And I own this for probably like 10+ years, so it's obviously nice to get it out of my TBR, etc. I don't know if I understand everything. I feel like a lot of classics, especially now, like I'm reading Dorian Gray with a book club at work, and a lot of things in there. Yes, obviously you understand what is going on, but there's a lot of like references and things going around in the time it is written in, and I feel like I don't know enough about American history to like know all the tidbits to where we are. We are this dude, and we are in New York. He's a teenager actually, and then we're on adventures and we meet different people, and there's a lot about like sex, etc. And I don't know what was going on. I know what was going on, but I just like when I was reading it, I was like, what happened? What was the point? I don't know. I feel like I need to take like a class to understand it or Google more, but I just like don't care enough to do that right now. Might reread it in 50 years or whatever and like understand more about it. It probably is a bigger tailwind in here than just like reading it plainly like I did. And right now I just don't have the capacity in me to like do it in a broader way. But I read it and it was fine. Like I didn't dislike it, but I didn't like love it either. And it didn't give me a lot. So yeah, it's always weird to read classics, I think, in general, a lot of the times for me. And then we had the next one, which was a free choice. So I did pick out a book that I just got, like outside obviously this vlog, but like it's been coming in a lot of books in general because this vlog has been going on for such a long time. And I picked The Ending Writes Itself by Evelyn Clark, which is obviously the pen name for Schwab and Kat Clark. And this one follows these 5 writers that are summoned to the private island of this very, very famous author, and they go into this competition against each other to write the ending of his last book because he has passed away. And obviously they all want to win because they're all like middle-aged authors, and this can be the big breakthrough because they will also get a big book deal. And then we have them obviously competing against each other, but this game might turn more deadly than I think. And it's very like Agatha Christie, nice out vibes, love that, and a lot of commentary and generally like this towards like how it is to be a published author. Obviously a certain success is seen in this dude that has a private island, and then obviously we have a different kind of success for all these middle-aged authors and how it is to be a middle-aged author, and a lot in general about like how publishing works. We have like editors and publishing, and a lot of like just towards publishing, and also a lot of just towards being a woman in general, struggling with different things. And then a lot of other elements are playing out. It was definitely playing out as a movie really, really well in my head. And Kat Clark, she left writing books to go and be a screenwriter, and I feel like you can definitely see that within the story. I feel like it reads it very, very well as a movie. You get really introduced. At first it was like you get introduced all the players, and it was just like how will I keep overview of them, but I think like they managed really, really well to know like the traits for each of the players, and I was like very curious to see how things would up. I gave this a really high rating of 4.5, rounded it up to 5 because I very, very much enjoyed it. I think the only thing that makes it not a favorite but a high rated book is I feel like the twists weren't enough. I wanted more thorough twists and turns, etc. in the story than we actually got. So I did very much enjoy it, but I wanted even more. But I enjoyed the characters and I enjoyed how everything played out. I rated it very highly. I really, really enjoyed it. And I'm very happy I did because I felt like Underground was a good book, but it was very like, it was a very dry book to read, I guess, like in one go as I did. And it was really like refreshing to read more like a lighter book after like being in all these depressing books in a way. Even though it's full of murder, it has like a good humor. And I especially enjoyed all like that how to live in as an author and the publisher parts. I enjoyed those parts a lot. So the last prompt we had was obviously Elements of Water, and then I have read and finished Out of the Blue by Jason June, which I've chose out. Do I need to say why? Because like we have a merman, and this is a queer YA fantasy, but more of a contemporary than actually a fantasy. And we have this dude that is a lifeguard, and then his boyfriend breaks off with him for another dude, and then another character, Ross. Was that their name? Ross. or Crest is like their real name. They are on a journey, and like all mer folk have to take a journey, and then they have to help a human, and then they're like accepted into whatever. And then if they fall into water while they're on their journey, they are stuck as a human forever, which is obviously not what they want. And then their journey, or like they need to go on a mission to help a human, and their journey is now to make Sean, the human main character, get his boyfriend back that just dumped him, and then they fall for each other instead. And Sean is very interested in movies and rom-coms, etc., and you can clearly see that in the narrative of the story. It's very like shot as a movie. It's very like a rom-com story where like we have all like the acts and like the moments, etc., and it's a bit like of like fake dating, because like we want to make the ex of Sean jealous, and then we have like the big third act breakup act, etc., etc., etc. And then there are choices in the end that needs to be made to see if they can be together. I personally really enjoyed it. I thought it was very lighthearted and fun. I thought that I actually would dislike it more, because I feel like I've grown a bit out of these books, but I think that all the elements together made it a cute story, especially just like not taking itself too seriously. A lot of talk about like sex and hammer, people make babies, but there was like deep elements as well, I think, of making choices for yourself and where you come from and finding out what you really deserve for yourself, etc. I think that it was a sweet story. I think that this would also work really well as a movie, just like the ending writes itself. And I personally, as I said, really enjoyed it much more than I thought it would. I am also very interested in general read more of Jason Jones's books. I know that they are all queer, as I know. I think one of them is literally called Jay's Queer Agenda, Gay Agenda, something. And I like been wanting to read that forever, but I stopped reading a lot of YA contemporary. Yeah, it's called Jay's Gay Agenda. I stopped reading a lot of YA contemporary in general. I just don't just read them as much as anymore. But if I was going to read them, I would rather them be, you know, in general queer and marginalized authors, because YA was for a long time the best places you can find different kind of representation in. Still is maybe, but I mean it is getting better out there outside YA. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. Even though I saw a lot of flaws in the story and I was just like, this is stupid, I still had fun with it, and I didn't think I would anymore, even though I haven't owned it for that long. But still, I didn't think I would, but I did. And I was very hyped for it initially when I picked it up, because I thought the cover looked so funny. I just felt like I had grown out of it, but then it lured me back in. So we are finally like over halfway, but we still have a lot to go, and we are in May now, which is depressing. I'm picking out 3 more prompts, but I've been reading a lot this weekend. I hope to finish 3 more books. Oh, I picked up 4 prompts. I hope to finish 3 or more books like this weekend. It is Saturday now, so we just see. Okay, so Set in Space or Another Planet. I do think I have a lot on my sci-fi shelf that could fit this. So we have that. And then next one is horror. Ooh, I need to think a bit of what I have of horror that accept my life. Can you? Oh, yeah, there we go. And then the last prompt for now is go on a journey. Ooh, okay. So I don't know if I'd like. Right now, I'm a bit like lazy, and we just like, if I would just read the books and tell you what prompts are for, instead of like saying what I'm picking and then reading them. Because honestly, this book is so long, and yeah, we are both tired of it at this point. I'm joking. I have fun as always, because I do love fulfilling prompts, and I do love doing this challenge and getting my TBR down in general. It's just been going on for a really long time, and I'm mad at myself for not getting my shit together. But we are continuing. I'm going to read these 3. See you then. I look very sexy. I am in my PJs. I'm about to go to bed. I'm on the last book for the last 3 prompts we picked. I have a feeling I might finish tomorrow, but it all depends on certain things. I am like about to fall asleep, so I am not going to talk about those books now, but I wanted to pick out 3 prompts now, so I can have them in back for tomorrow when I am like at work and I cannot pick things because I don't have them in front of me. So we are picking them now, and then we can talk about like all 5 or 6 tomorrow later. Sprayed Edges is an easy one. I have so many, even though I will probably read it on an ebook. Elements of Fire. Oh, I have like this pile of books behind me I really want to read. You can see the top of them there. No, that is another pile of books. Never mind. For our fantasy, and now like they are like in the back of my mind. So I feel like I have books for both of those prompts in the pile. And then title, that is a place. Oh, okay. we can work with all of these. That was really fast update. I am gonna go to bed, and then you should see me soon for actual updates for the books that we read. Hello, I'm about to go to work, and I'm very flush in my face because I just took a shower. I know we were inconsistent with like talking about books, picking books, etc. But such is life sometimes. I'm about to finish the last one for like one of the last prompts I picked, and I said I haven't like even talked to you about the last ones before that. I need to go in like 5 minutes. So I just wanted to pick out 3 new prompts so I can like think on my picks on the way and like etc. So picking 3 new ones, and then we have published year you were born. Oh, I get this actually. I gotten this prompt several times. Every time I'm like, it's really hard to find things that I'm interested in that year now. We shall see if I find something. I don't know if I have anything on my TBR. Maybe one of my weird crab books. Covered with flowers. The flowers. I don't know how I can say it. I think I can manage that. And last but not least for now, book that reminds you of Genshin or Genshin Impact. I have one where like the lecture look like anime on the cover, so that might be the answer to this one, and that is the prompt for now. And then I will soon talk about the books, hopefully later today. It depends a bit on mood and time. See you soon. Hello, I finally had time to speak to you about all the things I read, which is quite a lot now since the last time we picked out things, and then we're gonna even pick more prompts. So the last time we had to read a book set in space or another planet, and I picked out a book that, because I tried to look a bit on our fantasy TBR that I have in the time since we posted and already started, because this vlog has just been lasting for 100 years. And there was one book I really want to read that I accidentally had put in my red shelf on Libib. So in theory, it wasn't in like the numbers of TBR because it was placed wrong and has been there for a long time. Because I was so confused because I know I haven't read it. I hadn't added it to Goodreads, but it was on my red shelf. So I was really, really confused. But I have now read it. But since in theory it was on my red shelf, it doesn't go out as a number, but I always just wanted to read it, and that was The World. Oh, it's not The World. It's the word for world is forest. And I'm struggling with a sound in general. It is a novella in like the cycle, Heine's Cycle by Ursula Le Guin, obviously. And I have read It Is Possessed in that. You can kind of read them out of order. This is more of a novella. And in this one, we have the civilization that has been conquered by humanity. Humanity is out in space. And this peaceful civilization has been conquered by us and treated shitty by us. And they start to rebel and find cruelty in them that obviously humanity has lots of, but they weren't used to having and showing. And the humanity brings out worse in people, honestly, or worse in these other people. They are people. It's really short, but it's very impactful. And Ursula writes about great themes and just is a marvelous writer, or was a marvelous writer. I really, really enjoyed it, even though I feel like sometimes if it's too clever for me, I would definitely like reread this in the future, etc. But the themes, the messages of the story and etc. of what Ursula writes, I really, really enjoyed it. And it was funny that I knew I hadn't read it, but it was in the wrong shelf the whole time. So there's that. But it was really good. And I think she writes, you can impact so much in such a short time. And then next up we have a horror, right? So for that I had picked, I don't remember anymore if I told you what I picked for this. I don't think I did. But the horror I chose were You Weren't Meant to Be Human by Andrew Joseph White. This one was the news by the author, but I haven't read like the one before this, but I do own it. And this one we have a main character who is trans. He lives in this cult that looks up to these aliens that has invaded. It's really, really weird with the alien thing because I didn't read that in the synopsis because I don't read synopsises. I read that after the fact. And that is where I realized that it was actually aliens because I couldn't decide if they were just a bit crazy or if it was like actually supernatural. It is actually supernatural. They are in this group high followers. He's in a weird toxic relationship with an older man and becomes pregnant. And then it's about him not really wanting to be pregnant and like what that feels in his body, but Hive wants him to keep this child. So many underlying themes in general in the story, obviously. Just very interesting to follow. It unravels a lot, and I was like so confused at points. I was just like, what is even happening? Because it's terrible. It is horrific, which is why it's a horror. I enjoyed it, if I can say that, but it was really weird and frustrating to read because you want the main character and the other people that enters the main character's life to be safe, and it was so hard in situations they were coming from. I feel like it was even harder to get an overview of the world outside, and it was from like weird events. I was just like, why is this happening? But overall, like the vibes were super, super odd and strange, but I think that the book still managed to pack a lot of important themes and have an interesting conversation, but it was still super, super weird and it made me feel really uncomfortable. But I feel like that is the point of a horror. So I enjoyed it, if I can say that. I don't regret getting this really cool special edition either. Now, the next up, we did have a prompt to go on a journey. And for that, I did pick The Adventures of Amina al-Sirafi. And this one was really great that I could read now because the sequel is coming like this month and I have the pre-order for a release edition, and I was just like, what if I don't like it? This is obviously the author Aster Chakraborty of the Devil Bar trilogy. This is set in the Devil Bar world, but we don't really see that much of that trilogy, even though it does, like, we have like hints towards it. But the Devil Bar trilogy was always set in our world but with magical things in it. So we are a adventurer and we mention real places all the time, and we are Amina, obviously, that was a huge like captain of this ship, a known pirate, and now she has like settled down because she has a child and she doesn't adventure anymore. It's like 10 years ago, a decade ago, and then she gets this mission to look for the grandchild of someone that was on her crew. So she feels like she has to do this because she owns them, but also because she wants the money that is offered. And we go on a journey, and I really like the setup of like having that past instead of like starting out as an adventurer now. I like the reputation she already had and how like she had to gather her old crew again and those characters, and the journey we went on with the magic and her past coming into play a lot in the story, and how she, even as an older main character, developed and realized the things that are important to her in general, and just like, again, the developments and everything was really like prominent and important, even though she like is already badass and like has, what's it called, is already good at what she's doing when she's exploring. There's still so much for her to learn. So I really, really enjoyed the journey. I really enjoyed like the adventures and the characters that we met and the drama and the twist, etc. I thought it was a blast. Like, I didn't love it as a new favorite book, but it was so good, and now I'm really, really excited for the sequel. I also saw there's going to be a trilogy, so I'm also curious to see how everything will come together in the end. But I really, really enjoyed just like the vibes. I also like love voyaging on the sea in general and stories set on the sea, and I definitely got that fulfilled here. So honestly, just had a lot of vibes that I enjoyed, and again, I really enjoyed the setup because it just felt different. Obviously, it is an adult, so I expect us to follow an adult character, but also Devil by Trilogy always felt more adults than YA. Obviously enjoyed the mentions and like the hints towards like where we are set in the world, etc. as well. So this was great, and I'm very happy that I loved it so much because I have again already purchased the Fairly sequel because I couldn't miss that. It's called The Tapestry of Fate and it's coming very soon. So I am excited to read that one. And obviously I owned that for like 3 years and hadn't read it. So it's nice that I read it now. Now, we had picked more prompts, and the next one was a book with spread edges, and apparently I just went through my R Fantasy TBR. Like, all of these are on that TBR, so I already like knocked out so many from that, which is great. So next we do have Immortal Longings, which, as you can see, has spread edges. This is by Chloe Gong, which is also Chloe Gong's adult debut, because both of these were fairly picks in the adult box that I don't have anymore. And this one, we are what is a retelling of? I have already forgotten. It's a retelling of Antony and Cleopatra. I was like, it can't be Cleopatra. That seems not correct. We have this competition that is set in the city, and then one of our main characters, for example, they want to kill like the king that they have because he's terrible. She kind of wants to enter because she wants the chance again to kill the king, because last time she failed and people believe she's dead. In this world, they also can switch bodies. So like sometimes they just like switch around. It was really weird. I thought that I was a bit confused, but that obviously is like a big thing in the story and important to the plot, because like the whole switching body thing is happening a lot in general. She's hiding and she wants to kill the king, and then we're like forming an alliance with Anton, and then betrayals will happen, etc. I didn't love this as much, which has happened a lot with Chloe Gong in general. I feel like the vibes of the games weren't feeling a good game that I enjoy, like a tournament I enjoy in a book and a story. I like didn't care that much. The whole mission didn't care that much for that either, or like the drama between the characters. I just felt a bit attached to the story, even though what I enjoyed the most, which was like the whole body thing, was more enjoyable. But I was also, I will admit, a really weird mood when reading this, I think. So I think that could have affected like my overall enjoyment of it. But I do have the sequel, and the third one is coming very soon as well. And it's not like I hated it. Fascinating things happening, and I like the ending was a bit like, oh, what's gonna happen now? But overall, like the journey and like what the synopsis tells you, I don't think like for me the execution lived up to what it wanted to do. But so far I am like keeping it, I think, because I am in love with this design, and maybe should have read it on audio, honestly. Every time I'm not sure I enjoy the book, I say I should have read it on audio. Now, next one was Element Fire, and that one is I'm still currently reading, so we need to talk about that again. But I chose out the Blood Phoenix just because it is a phoenix on fire on the cover. This one again on my, not my magical reader on TBR, my art fantasy TBR. This is the second part of the duology, which was called Of Jade and Dragons. That's the first one. And the first one follows this girl that wants to investigate more into how her father died. She enters this like guild competition for engineers, and then she pretends to be a boy and like is super good because her father was also an engineer. Is it called engineer? They're not called alchemists, so is it engineers? It's like steampunky. Go out on an adventure with that. A lot of things happen in that one, and obviously it's a continuation of that. But the first one I listened to the audio, so I want to do the audio for this one as well to have like that consistency for me. So I'm currently listening to the audio now. I'm over halfway, but obviously I use longer on an audio than I use like physical readings. I'm still reading it, but then as I'm currently reading this, I have continued with the next prompts we have picked. But I'm so far enjoying it. I feel like I'm not enjoying it as much as the first one, but still enjoying it. I'll talk more about it when I'm done with it. So next up we had a title that was a place, and then I did choose Marigold Mine Laundry because I thought that Marigold Mine Laundry is a place because it is a laundry place. This was really not what I expected because I read a lot of cozy translated fiction in general, and this just didn't feel like any of them because I assumed that they were going to go to this laundry place and something was going to happen to them that they will feel better or heal, etc. And that is kind of what they do. They say that they can clean anything. So like if you have a broken heart, they can cleanse you and you will feel better. But it was like weird, like poetic, like part of like, I guess, what stands behind everything. But I felt like they were just so inconsistent and weird and didn't ruin the flow of the story and like the people coming there. It wasn't written in like the normal cozy way I love these, and that doesn't mean that it's bad because it's not written in the same way that these stories are normally written, but I feel like it didn't have that nice flow of the story of they did have people come in and be like, I'm hurt because of this and this, but I just didn't feel invested at all. And like when they got cleansed or like cleaned or whatever we're going to call it, I didn't get that like euphoric feeling I have gotten, for example, when I read like the cat books and I go in and like the cat has healed them. Like didn't have that like nice feeling. So it looked super cute, but it didn't feel cute. Like the writing for me felt really off, and especially like with the poetic parts, I feel like they didn't flow well with the story. So like I ended up not liking this like at all how I thought I would. Like it reminded me slightly of convenience store by the sea, where like I expected like people come to this convenience store and it will help them, etc., because of the cute cover. It gives off that certain vibe, and it just like I wasn't invested at all, and I felt the same with this one. I don't know if it's because I'm in a weird mood when reading both of those, or if they're just not written as well. But since there's so many of these coming out, they make really cute cover of them because they know this is selling a lot right now, and then I'm tricked by them and I keep buying them, and then it doesn't have like the impact of like that kind of story that I'm used to, because the good ones are good for a reason. I'm not saying that this was terrible, but again, I just didn't feel as connected to it that I felt two stories similar to this, because it just felt really flat. So that was a bit sad. Now the next prompt was to read a book that published the year I was born, and I couldn't find anything on my TBR with this. It might be, but I just couldn't find any. So the next prompt after that was a cover with flowers. So I decided to just do 2 books for that prompt. So we read the same amount of books, but we just like didn't fulfill a prompt, which is fine, just to like make it challenging. But the cover with flowers was really easy, so it wasn't really challenging. Then here we are, and I completed both of those books, 2 books with flowers on the cover, where I did read the Iron Daughter as well as the Iron Queen, and I have these gorgeous favorite editions of these, not on my art fantasy bingo TBR, but it has loads of flower things on them. And the first one, which obviously is not here, apparently I read that like many years ago, and I thought I read it like 2 seconds ago, but apparently not. The first one follows a main character, Megan, and then she discovers the Fae world basically and goes on different adventures. The first one, her brother is exchanged with a changeling, and she goes to Fae land to save him and get him back. And then she finds out about these like evil Iron Fae that against like the Ancelian Sealy court, and then it's like a whole war and a conspiracy with them in the background. She needs to solve this, and there's deals made, there's creatures met, there's characters met, there's romance, etc. And book 2 and 2 obviously keep following that storyline. It had been a while since book 1, even though I felt like I remember that more, but I enjoyed it as like a old YA fantasy. I enjoyed it much more than I thought I would, which I was really happy for, because I always wanted to read them, but I thought the old covers were really ugly. So I got these to like make me more motivated to read them because they're so beautiful. And I enjoyed the first one much more than I thought I would. And the second one I feel like was as fun as that, but then the third one would just like felt like more of the same. Because then I just felt like I've been reading the same book over and over. I wanted like more things to be developed and discovered, and I feel like we didn't reach that height yet. But there is obviously another, like, there's more in the series. So we follow one of the characters in the next part, and the reason I took so long continuing this is because Fairylu did this series and then the newest, but not the middle series with like the prince, which is what comes after these. So they did these, skipped like 4 books or 3 books or however there are in the middle, and then jumped to the last one because Julie Kagawa continued the series like 10 years later. So then I couldn't read the ones in the middle, at least like then I had to borrow them, etc. And that's why I just took so long to deciding when I was going to read this, because I own the latest one but not ones in the middle. But they came last year, so now I can read those, so now I'm motivated to finish all of them. But I like them. I think like they gave me like a bit of nostalgic YA, and I had fun with them, even though I felt like I definitely thought the first one was more fun than I thought these were fun. And that is now, I think I checked when I read it, what is it, either 2021 or 2023? I can't remember. I checked it like earlier today and now I can't remember anymore, because it was much more longer ago than I thought. And maybe in that year I felt more nostalgic towards this than I do now. Wait, it says I read it in 2021. That's 5 years ago. And maybe in 2021 I felt more, again, I was like 23, right? That's a different, and now I'm soon 30, right? It's a different kind of age. So maybe again I felt different towards it, but it's still, I thought that was really fun, and I still like them like much more than I enjoyed some like old YA. And then I'm curious to see like what more can do and what more we can do in like the newest one, because they are obviously much newer, and like in the next ones. So yeah, I didn't hate them or anything like that, but they were fun adventures thing with Fae. Now I haven't actually read more, but I do need to finish the Blood Phoenix thing on audio. The next prompt was to remind you of Genshin Impact. For that one I have chosen, it's right here, and my next read, Ami, because it looks like anime. Genshin is basically a game where you are an anime character, so I feel like it fits really well. Look at this. Here, that is why I'm a management of Genshin. I forgot to take off the jacket. Like, I think it's a really valid point. It's Guardians of Dawn. It's supposed to be like, I guess, magical girls. I read the first one. I didn't really like it at all. And I've still got the special edition of the sequel. They haven't actually posted special editions of the third one, and the fourth one is coming. I think they were going to do them together. So if I read this and don't like that, I think I'm going to unhold them and then not buy the third and fourth, because that would be a waste of money. But it just seems annoying because I love the design of these, especially like the naked, as you just saw. But yeah, I'm going to read this. But since I don't bother updating after like reading one book, I'm going to pick the next 3 prompts. Let's do that. And then I'll get back to you when I read like 3 or 4 more. Next one is old POV. Oh, I should have had that for Amina. Amina is like, you know, sort of old. Maybe not. And we have element air. All these element ones. I'm sure I can find something. And last, for now, is adjective in the title. I'm sure we can figure all of this out. The first thing I'm going to do is check out my Our Fantasy TBR, and then we just see what else pops up there. And this was a really long update, but at least I got to talk about all the books I read lately. And then you should see me soon. In my head, every day when I finish something new for this, I think we are to the end, and then I realize we are never to the end. I have been vlogging this for so long. Remind me to never do a 70 book video ever again. But the thing is, I've done over 100 books before, but I still didn't use this long. We finished the Blood Phoenix, which was by Amber Chen, and it was fine. I think it was a good conclusion. We had more like things I was gonna say made up, invented, and we had a war, and then we have some bit of romance and belonging and some like character development, etc. It was fine. I realized when I opened the book, which I haven't done since obviously I have been listening to the audio, that the font is huge. It's like ginormous. The spacing, amazing. And I think like it was a fun fantasy series, Asian-inspired fantasy as well, with like steampunky stuff. Like I enjoyed it. I wouldn't say it's the best series I have ever read or something, but I enjoyed it. Could see myself rereading in the future maybe. Like I have these special editions and I really like them, so I'm not going to get rid of them or anything. At least like not until it's been a really long while, and because like now I'm attached to them, you know, when it's been like maybe 20 years, I don't feel as attached. Look at it all. It was fun. I think it's a series I definitely can recommend. It's not like the best, biggest work ever, but had so many full elements, and I enjoyed a lot of parts of it. I don't know what else to say. So it was a good, fine series. So we already mentioned that we started that one. And then we did also, I think, mention the next one we were going to start, which was the Remind You of Genshin. It was Ami, right? And this reminds me of Genshin, obviously, because of the manga anime art, and this one is like these guardian stuff, and then we're gonna protect. And I didn't enjoy the first one, I didn't enjoy this one. There's 2 more in the series. I'm willing to read it because I complete my things, but I have these limited editions. Oh, and it's even damaged, and I never noticed until now, and I had it for a while. I don't feel like I should keep it at all because I didn't enjoy it. I'm not going to spend lots of money on the next one. I just didn't like it. I'm just not interested in the characters or anything in the story at all. So like I can't even tell you anything because I deleted it from my brain. I didn't enjoy that one, but I did get it out of my TBR. And then for old POV, I did pick the next Poro I have to read because like he is supposedly like a pensionist, like he used to be in the Belgian police, right? And then he like I googled how old he's supposed to be. So like old obviously is can't really define old anyway, but like older at least, like not young. But I realized we don't actually follow Poro's POV. We follow Hastings, who is his friend, but I assume that they are around the same age. Whatever. I don't know, maybe Hastings is a bit younger, but fine. I have another mystery. And it was fine. Here, I especially noticed the times it was written in. There were certain like slurs and stuff, and I was like, this is not great. But I try to remember what time it is written in. It was just some drama and stuff. It wasn't like the best mystery. I wasn't that invested. I didn't feel like After Right In has been in others, but I wouldn't say necessarily it's bad. I also like, I just read it and it was fine. That was all. So now I feel like everything I just say is fine. His life is fine. And then the next challenge is Element Air, but I actually like, I read the next one before I read that one, so I'm still reading the Air Element one. But the next one, which was for adjective in the title, I did go with Broken Web because it's a broken web, so it describes the web, which is an adjective. And this one is the second book in the Shaman Born trilogy, I think it's called. The first one was A Fairloot Pick, Force of Souls, and we have this girl that has that power, and then there's this force thing you have to go into. And really, really long time since I read that, and then I got the rest of the series. And they are again like very reminiscent of a certain YA I don't really care for that much anymore, where just like it's not that engaging, it's not that interesting. I think in theory I should probably not have gotten the rest of the series. I had the favorite edition, I didn't really unhaul, so I just got the rest, even though that the third one actually came out very recently, like 2024 I think. The usual why for that one to come, and I have them, and I'm probably, let's be really, going to read the last one that I have and then unhaul all 3, because honestly they are just totally fine, very typical, like she has powers, she needs to control them, blah blah blah, things happening in the world. I obviously have forgotten a lot from the first book as well, but I don't bother rereading, and I was just like, I don't care about a single thing again, and it's just very flat and it's not engaging to me at all. Like these kinds of stories don't engage me in the same way anymore. Obviously there are a few exceptions with some I really enjoy, but in this vein of storytelling I don't love it. But I don't necessarily think that the book is bad. I just think that for me I've grown out of it, and I think that like other people in a different reading stage of their life or in a different maybe age, etc. Maybe not age, but like if they've read different things, if they like different things. If I was in the earlier stage of my reading life, I would enjoy this more. But now it's not something that I love. So, but I did read it, and then I'm going to read the third one outside this and probably unhaul. Let's be real. So the one I chose for Air Element was Castle in the Air, because I don't really need to say more. And this is the second book in the Housewarming Castle trilogy by Diana Wynne Jones. And I read Housewarming Castle years ago, but they're more like standalones within each other a bit. While it is a series, I think maybe in the third one we get cameo from Sophie and How. This one doesn't seem to have that much to do with it. Maybe there's something in the same world. It is a trilogy and had a gorgeous favorite edition. But this is just really weird to me because I need to remember the times this is written in. But I just find it, for me, weird. And I don't know if other people have reacted to it, but I reacted to it because we are like set in kind of a Arabian setting, and then we have like jinns and stuff, which is fine. I was gonna say we have like the flying carpet, we have a jinn, like it's more like, you know, Aladdin vibes, but it just feels weird where it comes from right now, because you have this character that comes from a different place, and she thinks like our main character Abdullah, who is a prince, is like a woman just because like he wears a skirt, because obviously they wear different types of clothes. And then we have like this whole discussion if he's a woman or not just because he wore different clothes, which is just so outdated, I feel like. And I feel like, yes, it is a middle grade, it's supposed to be humorous, and I can see like that as like a humorous conversation in like a vibes of a middle grade book. I can see that, etc. But for me, it just, the way that stories has evolved, I just feel like now it seems weird, but it can be two sides to that. Like can it be cute, or is it just weird? I don't know. But I just feel like that is definitely like a thing. If like a movie was made into this, they would have this conversation and it would be made into like this thing. But then now it also is in a different perspective, really, really weird, and it just makes it into a weird thing. Things like that I reacted to in this one specifically, but that obviously is written a couple of years ago, right? And now with the representation we have, and like with more authors being able to write from their roots, things are very different. At least like Milligre especially has been so good with the releasing. Obviously, everything is mostly white as always, but there's so much more that you can find with different roots in it. And then you have this one that just had this, and I was just reading and I was like, this is weird. Because I'm so used to reading works from other authors, and then I once become skeptical when it feels off or like it's written by someone else. But again, different age, written in different time. So obviously keeping that in mind, and the author has also passed, so that is that as well. So it's not like they can change it now, but it is just interesting how things were written differently before, and who wrote it, and how that affects the story, and how that, I feel, for me at least, feels different now. Just feels a bit off, but I'm gonna complete it. It is quite short. And that's not to say that an author can never write in a different setting ever, because that is also a discussion, but it's more like interesting what is brought forward and what is focused on, and how that would be written very, very, very differently today from a different author, hopefully, or maybe written at least differently, even if it is from a right author, you know? That was the thought so far. I am like 100 and something pages into that. It's very short. So we need to pick 3 more prompts so that I can add 3 more. In my head, I'm soon done, but I'm not. What book are we on? I think we are on book like number 50 something. I'm gonna check. I just really had to clean my glasses. Yes, we are on 50 exactly. So 3 more, we're on 53. So we still have like 17 books after that. And in my head, I was I was gonna finish this ages ago. I keep saying that. But I was gonna finish that the week before. And we are now on Thursday. We are soon another week and we still have not finished. I don't know why. I feel like I'm still reading a lot. I just like it's not going in a pace I thought I could keep. Obviously, it is my own fault. So life, why are they still dirty? Maybe this cloth is just dirty. Okay, let's pick prompts while I'm cleaning my glasses. First prompt is... Okay, actually, that was really hard. They are so dirty, even though I just cleaned them. Like, I swear to you guys. Let's see. We have something with... I thought it said Smurf, but I think it says smut. Something with smut. I can fix that. I think I have a couple. And then oldest on your list... Does it mean like my TBR? Because I don't know what the oldest is, but I can take one of my oldest ones, which is a lot. It's a lot. And then non-fiction. Ooh, I have very little non-fiction, but I do know one that popped into my head. Can you work non-fiction? Non-fiction. Okay, we can figure this out. So see you soon. Okay, we'll just quickly pick the next 3 prompts because I've been procrastinating and vlogging, so I soon have a live show and then I don't have time to talk about the books. And we have written by a baby boomer, again with these like years. I don't know, but I will figure it out. And then we have, what is this? This year's Lunar New Year animal inspired. I don't remember what the year's lunar animal is anymore. I have forgotten in this moment. And then last, a book you think Raiden would like. I assume we mean Raiden from Genshin Impact. She is purple. She has a sword out of her boobs. I'm sure I can find something. And then she has electro powers. I'm sure you can figure something out. But yes, see you later on. We actually read more, but like I have read some, but on like they're out of order of how I read them, so we talk about them later. Hello. It has once again been a couple of days, and we have finished a couple more things, and I'm so ready for this vlog to be over soon. We actually very close now, but I can't believe I've taken this long. I'm ashamed. But granted, I've been reading a lot of other things outside this vlog that are just been disturbing the vlog, honestly. Gone through some shit, okay? So, first of all, the last thing we talked about was for Element Air, which was Castle in Air. I wasn't enjoying it that much, and I didn't end up enjoying it that much either. It was like fine. Howl and Sophie actually did show up in this one, which was fun because I thought it was the next one. And like I did like parts of it, but again, because of the elements I mentioned earlier, I didn't end up loving it, and it just fell in an okay place. I know that maybe people like the third one more, which I always, and I will keep this and all that, but I'm excited to read that still. And then at a later point to reread Housewarming Castle, because I absolutely love that, because it's so magical and beautiful. This one just had weird elements for me, and I didn't end up liking it that much. Sorry, but I'm not unhauling it. And then we did read the one with adjective in the title, which we already talked about, because I have jumped around a bit with what we picked and what we read, and yeah. But the next one after that was something with smut. I feel like I picked not the best book for this, but I did read Songbird of Heart and Stone by Cressa Borband, because it is fantasy romance, and then it is smut in it, but it was like one scene in this whole book, which I should have predicted, because the first one in the Serpent duology also just have like one scene in the end, and then in the next one they have more. It's like have other more like very smutty books. I could have read one of those that is just basically smut, because those exist as well, but instead I did pick this. This is a new relationship, because the first one is one duology and the next one is another duology with another couple. I do have like the Edges one. We have a main character who was turned into a vampire against her will, and she thought her life was over. She killed the one that turned her, and she was sentenced to death, and then this like dude called Asar saves her, and they obviously wanna smushy and kiss and all that. More things is going on, but honestly I just cannot get behind Cressa Borband's writing style. I didn't enjoy Serpent and Wednesday Night. I didn't really care for the sequel. I didn't really care for this one. I also read another one. I don't even remember what it's called, but now was a Daughter of No Worlds. Like I read that on Kindle, so I don't own it, and I didn't enjoy that either, because I don't like this style of writing. I feel like so detached to the story, and I feel like now I read like 4 books by the author. I feel like I should call it. I do have the next one in this one and Slaying Your Vampire Conqueror as well though. Right, I'm looking over. I have The Fallen of the Kiss and Dusk as well, and all of them in these nice editions, and they take so much space. I have concluded that I will read the next part of this because I own it and it's part of my TBR, and I'm just unhaul all of them, because honestly I was planning to keep them because like popularity and FOMO, and I wrote about Serpent on my thesis and all that, but I just don't feel the need to keep them. I might read the next part of these to complete like the whole like all of Nixias, but I could do that on Kindle Unlimited and not own them and spend like hundreds of knock on these. I just like didn't care for the relationship. Like, this story is not for me. What is happening in the world is just not interesting to me. So I'm not keeping this one, definitely, I think. Unless like I for some reason love the next part of that, which I doubt. Then we had one book that was always on your list, and I feel like the one I picked is just stupid, but it was on my TBR, so I am counting it, and that was The Fledgling Handbook by PC Cass and Kim Donor. This is a companion to the House of Night series. I haven't read a House of Night book in 15 years. Like I read, I think, the first 10, and I have 2 left, and I never finished it. But I still kept them, and at that point I was a big fan and thought like they were so fun before they became really bad. And I bought like companions. I have this and another companion, and I've been on my TBR for years. It's like I love them since I went to the cabin with my parents, which I haven't done in years. Like it's so many years ago, you don't believe me. And I had this, and it's been on my TBR when I was planning to read it. I even like I remember because at that time my whole TBR was lying in front of my bed for some reason, because I wanted to like climb over them when I went into bed. It was a whole thing. I didn't have as many books as I do now. And then I remember I love to like before going to bed, I had like all of my TBR in front of me, and I kept like looking at each of the books, like just like leafing through them. I mean, like so excited for every single book there. Wow. But either way, and I remember I leafed through this one a lot. So when I was reading it, I was like, haven't I read this? Because like I felt like I'd seen like the illustrations and the format before, because it is literally just a guide of like the history and like rituals and stuff that they do in the world, and like the guide when like you are marked as a vampire in the series. I was just, haven't I read this before? I haven't. But I just felt like I did. It is like a 120-page book that has been on material for 100 years. I feel like I fit very well for the prompt. It is a silly book to read now, but I did do it. And it gave me absolutely nothing because it's too late, but I did do it still. Then we did have a non-fiction. And for this one, I did read I Want to Die, But I Still Want to Eat Tetoboki, which is by Bak Shehi. This is the sequel to the first one. I wouldn't exactly call it sequels, but there is a first book that is titled the same without the still. And this is about a young woman from Korea who is very, very depressed, and she goes to therapy. The setup is that she has this thing that is bothering her and how she feels depressed about it. She goes to a psychiatrist that talks her through this and what can help, and then it's kind of like a conclusion at the end of what she can do to be better. It's not exactly like that, but it feels like that a bit. I guess I expected a bit more when I first picked up the first one, because it sounds like a humorous thing, right? It is about depression, but it sounds a bit humorous because of the title and like the style of the book. But it wasn't exactly that. It was very much these conversations, and comes very heavy, especially like when she's in like this place of despair. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the first book was bad. It was just not at all what I expected, but it was still like a good book that can help people. But it's also about a lot of dark themes, self-harm and thoughts of suicide and eating disorders. Like there's so many like dark and heavy themes in it. So like if your mental health is really bad, I wouldn't read them, but upon reflection they could be good maybe. And then the author has now also passed, which was really sad. Now it feels even more like, I guess, weirder to read them now, to be in her mental state when she wrote this, and now she's not here anymore. So yeah, that was also super sad. But I did read this, and it was definitely non-fiction, and I feel like I reflected more in this when I read this than the first one, because then I guess when I was reading the first one, I didn't expect the format, I wasn't used to it, but now I knew what I was getting into. It felt very reflective and depressive. So there's that. Then we had another one, which was written by a baby boomer. I did Google the years for this, but I've forgotten what it is. But I found out that Murakami is exactly in that age range. And I just gotten my new Murakami from like a sale, because we did read Underground in this one, and then it was a sale, so I bought the next one I needed, and then now I'm reading that again. So like it was like a new addition to my TBR. I got it probably like a few days before I decided to read it. The next one was Sputnik Sweetheart. We have the POV of a guy, and I thought it was really funny because it's often that a main character doesn't have a name, but we have the POV of a guy, but we follow a girl, and then he said her name, and I was like, oh, the main character, we know the name, but she's not actually the main character because we follow the POV of the dude that is just friends with COSMERE. Yes, COSMERE, I would say it's more correct when I read the name. She is in love with another woman, and he really likes her, but like she's in love with a woman, and there's like some weird like sexualized stuff in there. I don't even know what's going on there. She goes with this woman to Greece, and then she kind of goes missing, and he needs to go after her, and it's like about their relationship and his observation of their relationship when she was very, very much in love, and then he kind of liked her, and they had like this very like deep friendship as well. It is really odd, in the reigns of Murakami as per usual. He also has lived in Hawaii and Greece, and he writes that in his books. Really strange. And then there's also always people vanishing, and we also need to always go to look for them. There's also weird like sexual scenes in this books, so it's a weird vibe overall, but when you read a couple of them you kind of get used to the vibe. But yeah, it was strange, short fiction from him, and now I need to get the next one because I read this super fast, but I guess that is good as well to actually read them when I get them. Then we have the next prompt, which was this year's Lunar New Year animal, which I found out is a fire horse, and we already had another horse prompt. Then we read the Robin Hobb book, right? I don't have any more horse books. I barely found that one, and then I just decided to go for the last unicorn. This is, I know that a unicorn is not a horse, okay, but they are very similar. It's not a fiery horse either, it's just a horse. Or it's not even a horse, it's a unicorn. And I had this a long time on my TBR, so it would be nice to read it. And this one I actually listened to the audio on, because like at the time I didn't have an audio, and since then 3 more came in at the same time. It was the whole thing. So I just listened to the audio for this, and I actually read the graphic novel adaptation for this, because I do have that, and I read that a while ago, but I never read the novel, which I owned for a really long time. It is even the US paperbacks is floppy and is in the wrong height comparing it to all my books. I need to stand in my wrong height shelf where I didn't have other options to buy it. This definitely I could have gotten in a different edition, but such is life. This follows the last unicorn, and then she lived peacefully in the forest, and then she decides to go out of there. Don't go out of safety, girl. And she goes into the big wide world, and lots of things happens to her. She falls in love. She's maybe enchanted. She gets trapped at the point. There's like a whole world out there that is much more, you can maybe imagine it being more an epic old fantasy setting. It's definitely fantasy stuff happening out there, but it's also very, it's not modern like our days, obviously, but like there's modern things out there, which is really interesting because she's been isolated for so long. And then we go on an adventure. I thought it was fine. I didn't love it. I actually found parts a bit boring, but it was still fun to follow the adventures. It's fun to, I guess, read a fantasy, a different kind of fantasy that is a really huge unknown one that a lot of people loved. I actually did read the anthology collection from Peter S. Beagle with unicorns. I got an arc on that like years ago, and I posted a review and everything. That was super, super weird because everyone just took their take on unicorns. And it was so odd. That was my experience with him then. But yeah, it is a classic. I had fun with parts of the adventure, with the things happening, but other parts were a bit, it was fine. I don't know if the audio was the best route to go, but I found it's like a fun little fairy tale. I like the idea of it, and it was okay. I think I'm gonna keep it because it's a book I feel like I could reread later, and it's not like I hated it. I just feel like some parts of it wasn't like 100% match with me. I feel like when we were on the adventures, almost actually reminded me a bit of Miss Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children series, like how we went on adventures on those. Actually, like I got a bit of vibe from that, actually. Interesting comparison, I think. But yeah, it was a ride. And I read another book I had a really long time on the TBR, which is what we are here to do. I actually had birthday yesterday and added a bunch more books because I bought a bit books and got some, and I made the decision to not add them in Libibs because if I add all of them, it seems like we made more progress. Not that I bought that many, but still. So I'm just gonna hold off because we are so soon done with this vlog, and then like add them for the next episode. The next prompt was something that Ryden from Genshin Impact would like, and I googled what she would actually like. She likes sweets, which I guess, do I have any like, we did read Sweet Bean Paste for this earlier. It's been so long that it's hard to remember what we read. That would have been perfect. But she also liked martial arts. And I do have the War Art Saga, and I do have the Art of Legend, which is the last one in this trilogy, where we actually do martial arts, and we have a martial arts expert in the series. So I'm picking this one. The first one follows the chosen one that kind of was prophesized, and he was very like powered up because he was supposed to kill this like dude that they were at war with, but then he gets killed before he gets to do anything. And what do you do with a chosen one that is not going to able to do their chosen one duties? And then also he was very powered up, so he was very like spoiled and he wouldn't be able to do shit, so he gets this like older veteran martial arts expert to like teach him things. And then we go from there, from the first and second one. I really did like both of them, and I'm excited to read the third one to see how things play out, and also we'll finish a series. And now I feel like we can pick 3 more prompts as well. We are very close, and I feel so excited. I have some days off now. My plan is to finish and read and post a video. I'm in denial to post anything before this is up at this point, but it's gonna take me 100 years to edit. Let's look at new prompts. The next one is popular right now. Damn it, I don't even know. I'm thinking we could do another Abby Minus, because I feel like she's very popular right now, and lots of other things are as well, but I feel like it would be a good shout. Multiple POVs. Ooh. We could do that as well. We could just read another Abby Minus, because they usually are. No, I can find something else. I'm just joking a bit. And then next is special editions. So every single book I own. Every single book I own. I'm joking, not everyone. And this is perfect. Okay, so I'm gonna go actually read that Art of Prophecy today. My plan is to read. I want a puzzle, but I'm gonna read. See you later. Hello, coming at you from bed with Puppy, and we are going to talk about all the books. I finished all the prompts actually, and then pick new prompts, and now we actually only have 10 books left, but I thought I would be finished when I had these days off, and I only have 2 more days off, and I'm spending one of them on manga night. So she's being very cute, so I failed was my point here. So we did have a prompt which was a book that Rain will like, as I mentioned. And then for that I read Art of Legend, which was because of the martial arts, and I finished up this series. I think that the first book especially had some really good concepts, was a good book because it played on like the chosen one trope, and I think that the way things wrapped up here and came together was a bit funny, because like things that you thought, I guess for me, played out in a different way, etc. But I just think that this was much more humorous. I think I noticed that, I think more. Can you no eating on books? That's not allowed. Like, I will literally disown you. I guess like I think that the second and third one was more boring than the first one. The first one was very interesting, and then the second and third one wasn't as interesting, but I still enjoyed the series overall. I feel like I would want to reread it later. I just think like the first one was peak, and then the second and third one, I feel like I had to really concentrate to like be in the story. In this, I just didn't. And also one of the reasons my reading has not been going, and I should have finished this 2 months ago, like getting a puppy is distracting. Like, even if obviously I don't have 100% responsibility for her, it's still distracting. Very. Either way. So I liked it, and again, I want to reread at a point where I feel like I appreciate more the things that is done here. I just feel like I didn't appreciate them that much now. Then the next prompt was popular right now. I chose another Abby Minus. I feel like we've been reading lots of these lately, or might just be me. Hello, darling. And this one is the first one in the next series. And then we literally just have this couple, obviously it's a romance. They go out on a date and then they can't be together because of long distance, because one of them is moving. And then it's about them trying to make it work. And I feel like there were some beautiful quotes here about love and stuff. And one of the main characters has Alzheimer's, which is why she was moving to be with her mother. And I felt like those parts were heartbreaking, etc. I think I liked it, but I don't think I felt the love in this as I felt in the other anime minutes. Like, yes, there's some really good quotes here about love. And I think that I was very invested in their families and like the trauma that both of them had, etc. But like their relationship didn't grip me as much. Like while they talk a lot about great loves, etc., I just don't get why they liked each other that much. Like they went on one date and then they were just like, we are gonna do this forever. And I was like, ow. You just bit me. I wasn't 100% convinced of why they liked each other that much immediately. And it's not like I was thinking the other Abby minutes in those, I mean, sometimes it can take a bit of time, but I don't necessarily am completely against the insta love story. But in this one, I just didn't feel 100% into it. But it was cute and it was wet and it was good animals in it and it had some really good moments. But like, my favorite like trilogy from the author is the Part of Your World trilogy. I give every one of those 5 stars. The other, like her first trilogy, still had good parts, and this one I'm giving a like 4, 3.5. And then I hope to like the next one just one day, I think, more. I think that was the title. Not sure. I hope to like that more. But I still enjoyed it. I just like didn't feel like the love that I felt previously in her stories. Then we had a multiple POV story. For that, I did pick out Savage Blooms by S.E. Gibson. It's a poly story. We have 4 different characters. We all follow all of their POVs. So that is why I actually had to look through 4 different books before I found one with several POVs that I felt like I wanted to read. You're crazy right now. You're so cute. And in this one, what was this about again? We have these 2 people from America. They come over to Scotland because his grandfather has passed and he wants to connect with like his grandpa's past. And he spent time at this like big mansion / house in Scotland, and they go there and they leave this young girl there with another boy or a groundskeeper who also, everyone kind of starts getting off on each other a bit because it is poly. And then there is this, oh god, you just spun around like a cutie. I hope the camera captured that because that was adorable. There is kind of these things happening on the grounds that, can you call it a curse? Can you call it just creatures or neighbors living there? But there are certain things that is going on there, and then there's certain things that the characters that has been there for a while wants to happen so that other things can happen. I don't know how much is revealed in the synopsis. I actually don't know. I don't want to spoil anything. Yes, they are trapped there and bound by ancient fairy magic. It does say in the synopsis. So we need to figure out like what to do and fix this problem. And then there's also sex scenes because it's more from erotica, like a lot of sex scenes in it, not just like Fade to Black. Thought it was going to be much more sex than it was. I feel like I have read, maybe that is kind of like on me, that I read like much harder stuff than this, and those were a lot. And this one I didn't feel like was a lot at all. I feel like it was like a decent amount for an erotica. That's what I'm trying to say. But obviously it is not like plot driven at all. It is character driven with like them feeling attraction towards each other. And then we do have like this like kind of plot in the background, but mostly focus on their relationships developing. I did like it, but this is my first S.E. Gibson that I don't give 5 stars. I've given all of her other books that I read 5 stars because I absolutely love that. I love Evocation and the sequel. I love The Hour of Blood. I loved An Education of Malice. Is that what that one is called? Like, I love those. All of them. They just made me feel so many things, and this one just felt fine. While I did enjoy it still a lot though, it's just like it's sad to not give an author I gave it 5 stars before, but I'm giving it a 4, and I am curious to see like where it will develop and how much more this relationship can develop. Because like I don't mind a poly because she's always written poly, not in An Education of Malice, but in the other series of hers. I like a poly actually. I enjoy like the way she writes a lot. I just like didn't fall in love with this story specifically just because I felt I wanted more from like the characters. I feel like they didn't have that strong, like, I don't know, personalities of like why everyone was attracted to each other. Just kind of were like, while in Evocation I was very like convinced that they really truly care for each other, but I guess we had more established things there, and here they kind of just met, and that is also why it feels off-putting that they would be like so into everything at once kind of. But there is room for more. I do believe, hello lady, I do believe it's gonna be maybe a trilogy. I'm not unsure, but like I still enjoyed it and gave it a 4. And now for the last one was to read a special edition. And for that I read Sorcery and Smell Magic by my god Dulcie. And this one we have a school. We have 2 students. I don't think she likes being my bad guys. This is like the first time. We have a main character who's like good at small magic, etc. And then he doesn't do big magic because that goes badly. But then he ends up in this complicated spell that binds him to his nemesis. And then because of this, they need to go out on this journey together to break this spell. Which obviously is an interesting ride. I liked it fine, but I like didn't feel as immersed. Didn't really feel that much for it, and especially coming off the Savage Blooms, that like while it wasn't a 5-star book, I still like was very much immersed in it and really enjoyed it. I just don't feel like this one managed to capture me, but I'm still curious about the sequel, and I do think that it was interesting things happening, but it wasn't like incredible. I feel like I would enjoy it more on audio, and obviously I don't have that many thoughts apparently because I didn't care that much for it. It was like fine. So now we are gonna pick 3 more prompts while Papa, you're gonna go soon. I'm just gonna pick the prompts and then we're gonna go. Okay, you're not gonna have the prompts, you're not gonna eat them. So we have Erica's fave colors. Oh my god, if I even bother showing you the prompts. I'm still trying every time. That is brown and red. So I feel like we should find a brown and red book. I will try my best. And then the next one is a book you would bring to vacation. Jesus, I couldn't write. I thought it said Hong Kong for some reason. And I was like, yeah. And then the last one is a book Oli would like, and Oli's our best friend who also used to live with us, and I'm like, he hates reading, but I would find something. I actually do have a really old World of Warcraft book, and he likes World of Warcraft, so I could read that. Okay, I will let you know. Now I'm gonna have another like thing, and then I never finished this vlog, and life is great, isn't it? Is it great? Is your life terrible? Season. Picking out the next 3 prompts before we talk about the ones that I already read, because I'm gonna go to bed. I really need an audio, and I hope that like one of the audios could be one of the next books. We have very few days left of this month, and I thought I would be able to finish it in May, but then I'm like out all day tomorrow because of a work thing, and on Sunday I'm meeting some friends. So if I could really like, I don't even know how many books we left. 7 books on Saturday, we could do it. Let's see. Reading just don't go to plan because of work and life. Okay, I picked out our 3 next prompts. I don't actually remember what book we're up to now, but I know we need to pick out at least 3 more. So I'll talk about the books a bit later. Read a book with gold or silver letters. Nice. I took on new nails, but I didn't take on this yet because it's a bit like annoying, so I'm gonna wait until tomorrow morning. Next up, we have Thailand, a different language. How even would that work? Do we even have anything? That can be hard. Maybe? Unless it's a manga, but manga is not on my TBR. Oh god, last one. Didn't even bother taking the mic on because I need to go to bed. Young POE. We could do that. I think I have even middle grade. Listen to middle grade on audio. I love that I'm trying to show you the prompts every time. Okay, I need to figure this out, and then we will talk about other things very soon. Hello. We are in June, and obviously I was planning to finish in March and April and May, but we didn't. We have like 5 books left, but still. So I have finished some things, so let's cover those before we pick. The second to last time we're gonna pick prompts in this video. We did have something that was towards Erica's favorite colors. Let's see, I have books everywhere as per usual. And Erica's favorite colors are red and brown. So I picked the red book, which was Petty Lies by Sumi Buck. This one is translated from Korean. It is kind of a mystery. We have different POVs following the same case. Basically, this one character tortured and killed this dog. And then in the sorrow of this happening, if there's an accident or not is like a bit unclear because you have to read it. But a mother and a son dies because of this after, and then the daughter in that same family wants to take revenge, and then we follow the POVs of the person that did this to the dog, the mother that did this to the dog, the person who wants revenge, and we switch the perspective of like what really happened. It is actually very interesting. I think at first though it started out very interestingly, especially like the first perspective, and I do think it has some good twists in there, and it was interesting to see like what really happened and how it played out. But then there was another part of it that wasn't like amazing, because while it is still fun to see your perspective, because like we're gonna go over the same event but from different sides, it is still interesting though, a bit like The Weapons. Do you know the movie? But it wasn't like incredible, but it was still like an entertaining and good time, and I like myself a mystery as well. I think what I needed was a bit better writing. Obviously it is translated, so I might like fall some things away from there, but it just felt fine, and it was fascinating, I think, of the twists that were there as well. So I think it was a good time, like overall an averagely good time. Then the next one was to read a vacay book, or like, I guess a book you would read on vacation. Normally a romance is really good childcare, but there was a book I bought on vacation last year because I like to read either romance, obviously I read fantasy anyway though, but in theory I like to read romance or thriller and mysteries. Like in my head that is the best for vacation, but that's not what I end up reading. But last year when I was on vacation, I did buy The Reappearance of Rachel Price by Holly Jackson, and I was planning to read it on vacation and didn't. So that was like a year ago, it was last June, and I was like, wow, for this prompt it was really funny because I read this on my way to vacation on the airport. This one is a standalone from the author of A Good Girl's Guide to Murder, which I have read and I thought was fine, but it wasn't like incredible. But this is another mystery. We follow a main character, Belle, whose mother, is it 16 years ago, disappeared, and we don't know what happened to her. And then now they're making this documentary about it. Her family's getting compensated for it, and we're being interviewed, and then her mother actually returns, and then it's like a questioning what actually happened. Is what her mother telling true? And then we are uncovering mysteries. I think what the author's really good at is leaving breadcrumbs, so like a conversation that obviously we know, or we find a clue. It obviously leads us in the wrong direction, but we don't know which direction it actually is leading us, or it could be actually what we think it is. And then later we get an explanation for everything, and it like comes together really neatly in 50 last pages, and there's like always a twist upon the twist. I'm saying that even though I only read one other book by Holly Jackson, but that like seems to be a pattern, and I think she's really good at keeping you gripped in the story and being like what actually happened. Now in theory, if I like step back a bit from it, I was very, very, very engaged in the story. I actually had a blast with the actual book, but I don't think like the mystery itself, I don't know how to say it, but I feel like it's trying so hard to mislead you and like trying to do twists that at that point is you can't trust anything. And I get that that is kind of also a point of a mystery, but it also is, it's leaving the breadcrumbs so obviously that it kind of gets annoying. I don't know how to describe it, because it's like, you know that every clue you're getting is just there to mislead you. So then at that point, it's just like, you just want to know the answer in a way. The author knows obviously where it's going to end. And it's like the author wrote or knew the ending before writing the clues, which obviously it makes sense. But then like the clues are very like, it's like they are obvious but not obvious. And then I don't know if it's my favorite kind of like mystery, even though that is how mysteries work. I guess I want it to be more subtle. While yes, it has twists and it is exciting to read and I am very engaged, I want to see what's going to happen. I want details that didn't matter to matter. And here's just like so obvious that every like clue we have has a twist in a way. I don't know how to describe it. But that doesn't mean I didn't enjoy it, because I did actually very much like it and I had a blast with it. And I was like super, super engaged in it. I really liked it. I think I like this much more than Good Guys, Girls and Murder. I keep saying the wrong title. And I do also have 5 Survive, I think. And then I had the rest of Good Girl's Guide. If I read the rest of that series, I might unhold that. But like this one I really liked, so I might keep this at least for a while. I really did enjoy it. It's just like the way the mystery is written is just like not my favorite type, I guess is what I'm trying to say. We did have a book that Oli would like, so I tried to find something on my TBR. Oli's our friend, right? And I found my one World of Warcraft book. I actually have 2 others, but I read those already. But this is one I owned the longest. Erica bought this for me years and years and years ago. It's a birthday present and I never read it. This is the 10th officially in the World of Warcraft series, but they're all like standalones within each other. And this one follow like some night elves and stuff. I will admit that this one I was not engaged in at all. I just found it a bit like, who are you, where are we? And like, I am known with like World of Warcraft lore. I did play it for years at a point. I just didn't feel engaged with it. Like when I read Before the Storm, Shyvana book, Shyvana is a character in League of Legends. I at least knew kind of where we were in the story because I was kind of up to date. And this is obviously older lore, because like this is not like the expansion that is right now. I don't remember what things were under the Cataclysm, etc. So I struggle a bit like being really engaged and really like interested in this. I just didn't really feel that much towards it. That doesn't necessarily mean the book is bad. I was just like not engaged. I'm really struggling deciding what to keep or eat here, but like I feel like I want to keep this because I own it for so long and I feel like emotionally attached to it. But it doesn't mean like I love the book. I just felt a bit disengaged. I might actually have been more successful in this on audio, which I often think for some reason. But yeah, I did read that, which I've been on my TBR for like, I think since 2015, which is a really long time. So then it was Gold or Silver Letters. This one I'm still in the middle of actually. We're going in order of the prompts we pick. Obviously, this is silver letters. Like, look how silvery they are. This is the favorite edition of this. And this is the /spin-off to XOXO, which was another like K-pop romance where like a main character falls for like a dude in a K-pop band and can't be together because K-pop idols can't date, etc. And here we have like another more like second chance romance, which are like another dude in the band from the last one, XOXO, and then also another girl that was the friend of the character in the last one. Actually, I'm very little left of the audio, like 30 minutes. I'm gonna try to finish it before bed. We should see if it happens. So I will talk more about it then. But I am actually really liking this, like a fun, chill, contemporary. It's set in Korea. We have a lot to do with idols and the drama around that. And I found it fun. I like the first one as well, and I like this one as well. And I have the first edition of both, and I think they're really pretty. I'm not saying that they're the most amazing reads ever, but they are entertaining. I ended up listening to the audio on this one because honestly, like I didn't have another audio, and then this was next up anyway, so I just like, oh, the audio short. And I started today and I have 30 minutes left, so it was a good choice. I haven't read them in order because I just finished, like right before starting this clip, I finished the next one, which was a title in a different language, and I found Tata, which if I'm incorrect about this, I am sorry, but from my research, Tata is the word for aunt in French. But now it seems like when they like define the word in the actual book, it was like the word for aunt as a child, but like I assumed that in French. This is a book translated from French to Norwegian, since I can't read it in French anyway. And I read 2 other books by this author. I also have the 4th book, but I haven't read that. This is the newest one. In this one, we follow actually a movie director, and she's still heartbroken about her husband cheating on her. But it's not really about that. But even though that definitely affects a lot of her like state of mind in the series, it's more about the fact that her aunt has now died again. 3 years ago, her aunt died, and she mourned her and was sad. And now 3 years later, her aunt has now died again. And she's just like, what do you mean? She died 3 years ago. Who was the woman that really died 3 years ago? And then she is left with all these like tapes that she can listen to really find out all about her aunt's life, which was she was a quiet woman, was kind of just chilling. She like always cared for her. She was just a quiet, chill woman. And now she hears about like all of her life and how she lived, etc. It is a touching story with drama, and I liked it. What I really, really enjoyed about the other 2 books that I read by this author is that they had like this kind of twist in the middle or like towards the end. So I was waiting for a twist in this one because that is what the author does. And I think she did it so incredibly well in her other 2 books that I loved. Like I really was so surprised by them, considering the genre is not really my thing. And in this one, I feel like, yes, the story was still touching. I think the twist was still good, but I just think like everything around it just felt a bit like lackluster. Like if I had like some friend stuff that like definitely I feel like wasn't important. It was very disturbing. Like some friends got married or like fell in love in the background, and like one of them had been abused. And I'm not saying that is not important topics to talk about, but like I just didn't get like those parts and how that affected our main story. And then obviously some parts of the story are told through like listen to the tape, and like you have like a person talking as if like talking to us from tapes, and the others are just like pure flashback, different ways we told the story, and then like in the present day, etc. And our character thinking back on different things. And I wish I knew more about how a main character like, grew up with her parents. I think like those parts we could have used much more on, and like all this like friend stuff that I honestly didn't care for. And there was 2 characters with very similar names, and I kept mixing it up, and it was super annoying to me. So there was more things I want to know about like characters that were important to like the aunt, like the parents of the main character. They were just like in background. I feel like they were so like interesting characters that we didn't get to know more about. And this is almost a 600-page book, so I feel like we definitely had space to use more time on those things that I found interesting than like the friend drama stuff that I was just like, why are you here? I literally forgotten who you are because you're like not important. So far, it's like my least favorite from the author. I read 3 by the author now. I do have again the 4th one that is even thicker. I am excited still for that, and I feel like the author writes solid stories with a lot of like touching family relations in general. And it's not like I disliked it, I just felt a bit underwhelmed of it because I thought in my head it would give me more than it did. But it doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. And I do have a arc of it, which was nice. And then I will keep it because I have enjoyed this author so much in general. It's not like it was bad, I just like felt in comparison to the others it was just okay, which can be the downfall if you write some really good books. And the last prompts that we had picked was a young POV. And for that, I listened to the audio as well, but like that was before ASAP because I hadn't picked the prompt for that. I just knew the prompt for this before. But that happens when like I pick a lot of prompts and then I don't show you. So yeah. So next book was Witchlings by Claribel A. Ortega. They get picked out to be part of these covens, and then they're always like these spears, and they look down upon if you don't belong to a coven. And then our main characters picked out to be a spear with 2 others. others, and they need to do like this big test so that they can be accepted sooner, else they can be like stuck as spares forever. And then it's more about like how the spares are treated and this test to go through and magic stuff. Obviously there is some clear, let's not say references, but inspiration is also the wrong word, and it's a nice replacement for the series that shall not be named. It definitely has elements in there, and this one is just as cute and good, I would say. As a middle grade, it was cute and fun, and we had this quest, and there's a lot about like friendship and forgiveness and all like the elements I enjoy in a middle grade. So I did really like it. I just didn't love it. I feel like a couple of years ago I would have sucked it up much more because I then enjoyed this kind of middle grade much more. But now I feel like a bit not grown out of it, but maybe not the genre that I enjoy the most right now. I don't know if I'm gonna buy the rest of the series because it's like a 5-book series, so then I need to buy 4 more books, and I don't know if I want to own them. That doesn't necessarily mean I didn't like it. Like I gave it a 4. I really enjoyed it as a middle grade and as an adventure. It was fun, it was funny, it had like fun magical elements as I said, and it had really good messages. It's just like I could listen to the rest on audio and just not own them, you know what I mean, and still be a series I could recommend and enjoy. It's just that when I don't own them, I forget that I read them sometimes. But it was still a solid read, and I read also Ghost Squad by this author, which was also good with like this French god that did ghost stuff, and I also listened to that on audio and don't own that either. It's definitely a author that writes really diversity as well, which I really enjoy, and I do think again the elements and the messages were really good. It's just not like, I don't know if I need to own it, especially like in hardcover because they take more space. That was all the prompts that we had. Like that was 6 books, and like I've been trying so hard to like read for this throughout all of this, but there's happened so many things in my life, and not just that, but it's also just like I had to read other things. I feel like I don't always have as much time every day as I want to read, where like I easily could have read 70 books at a point, but then like life just became so busy. So like even though like I read all today, I read like 300-400 pages today. That is a lot for someone, but if I was going to read 70 books in a month, I would have read more, and I just feel like I haven't, and I should have picked maybe cleverer books. Like Tata took me 3 days to read because it was just so thick, and it's just like such a slow book. It had no paragraphs as well. Sorry, that was a lot of talking and excuses. We do again have 5 prompts left, so I think we can pick 3 prompts now like we've been doing. Then I'm gonna try to read those as soon as possible. It all depends, and then we will pick the last 2 after that. So 3 prompts. I just picked them out. I have them on here, just pick them without showing you because this vlog has probably lasted like 4 hours anyway. So what do we have? We have author with the same name as you. I don't think I own a single book where the author has the same name as me. I had one before, but I already read that and unhold it. There's that. And then we have wearing a hat on the cover. I feel like we could figure this out. And then last but not least, we have a book someone is reading in a movie. Oh, I do have a couple of classics, so honestly, we will figure that out as well. If I don't have any authors with the same name as me, I feel like I would just do 2 for 1 prompt or pick a new one. You will see me eventually. Hello, it's been like 5 minutes. Okay, it's been like half an hour, and I did a listen done ASAP because I want to do my spreads really badly because we are in a new month. So I wanted to do my journal spreads, and I love to do audio, and then I knew that I could finish those and my journaling like within that half an hour, so that would be really great. So I did finish it. I finished ASAP, and I really liked it. I thought it was really cute, especially like the family stuff and how our main character figure out herself and what she wants to do. Like I really thoroughly enjoyed those parts and thought it was fun with drama, and like it was playing like a nice romance movie in my head. Like I really enjoyed the vibes. I think like the most negative parts I can come up with is the fact that I feel like the love interest was just there. Like I get that he liked her and has liked her all this time because they had been together before. Why? I get that it had really good chemistry and they were really cute when they were together. I feel like I'm a bit spoiled lately with having like romances where we get both of the characters period because we only follow our girl main character, and I would want to see more of him and parts of him because he didn't really have any developments, and he was just there, the hot drama guy that is there, but like we just focus so much on our main character and her developments and etc., and that is fine. But he was just like, he was done. He was like, his recipe was done and he wanted her, and that was it. So I guess I wanted more size for him. It made the romance just feel a bit flat, but it was still fun. I did like so many parts and developments, and I thought it was cute. I enjoyed it much more than I thought I would because I definitely thought that I wouldn't like this kind of YA contemporary anymore, but it was just fun and cute, and it's not like the romance made my heart racing, but I just had a good time with it, and especially like the family stuff and with her mom, I just really enjoyed it. It just touched me a lot, so I had a good time and I felt good with it. So now I have talked with the prompt master, and since I don't have a book on my TBR with my name in, and I know this because I had this prompt before and I had 1 book with my name in, I was allowed to pick a new prompt since we're not going to use up all the prompts anyway, since we only have 70 books and we have 100 prompts. So I'm picking a new one. Promise a shocking twist. Dang. Should I cap the original price? I could do another Holly Jackson, but I do have a book for this. If I remember where it is. That is really, really old on my TBR. And I had it like for 100 years. Okay, I'll get back to you. You shall see me soon when I finish these 3 books, hopefully. Literally about to leave this house. What is happening? About to leave this house for work, and I finished the last book from the prompts that we picked last time, so I thought that I need to just pick 2 more prompts before I leave now, so I can decide I will work what I'm gonna read, so I don't need to use time on that when I get home. The update for the books apparently after. Once again, such is life. First, second to last prompt is book that is a play. Do I have that? Oh, it's been made into a play? Or was originally a play? Because I had things, but ugh. I've not been feeling great about the last picks I have done. Another author was a pen name. Uses a pen name. I haven't showed you the prompts. Do you want me to show you? There they are. Pen name one I can definitely figure out. I think I have several. It just depends how thick books I want to read. The play one I need to think. That is why I need some time so then I can think when I work. See you hopefully later, but like I have 2 books left and I spent ages on the last 3 and life has just been lifing so hard. Like I was supposed to be done with these so long ago. See you soon. I'm so excited because I have finished the last book for this vlog. So I'm going to talk about them here and then I'm going to go over to the pile where I kept like all 70 books for like 3 months. But before we go over there, we are going to talk about the last thoughts I had for the last 5 books. It has been a ride, but let's talk about it more when we are. One of the prompts we had was promising a shocking twist. For this one, I digged out The 13th Tale by Diane Setterfield. And the reason I thought about this instantly was because a couple of years ago when I went to high school, I had this teacher that I had and in my heart still do have a really close relationship, and she recommended me books a lot. She has read much more than me at the time. I said I love plot twist and she recommended me this one, and I couldn't literally find it on my shelves. Like I had to look so much for it, and I found it eventually. And the reason I was so unsure, because at the point I literally thought I had unhauled it and forgotten that I had done it, and I don't do stuff like that, so I was very shocked if this was gone. But I had forgotten to add it to Libib, so it actually didn't come out of like that shelf since like it was never there in the first place. But obviously I have now added it there, so like it wasn't in like the counting for my TBR. But such as large such things happens. But I didn't know I owned it. I just hadn't added to Libib, so I kept like scrolling through Libib before to like find it, and I couldn't find it, and I just didn't understand. And then I did find it like hidden behind in my shelves. This one follows a biographist, like she writes biographies, and she's hired to write a biography for this really famous author who is now also sick, etc. And then she tells the story of how she grew up, and then there is a twist coming for how this relates, etc. And like why is that main character chosen to write this biography. Yes, that sounds like the plot of Evelyn Hugo, just that they into an actress and not a author, but they do have like a similar like start, but I would say like the twists in them are very different. And Evelyn Hugo was actually very interesting to read, while this was very, very boring, and I didn't care for the backstory that they used. That is the whole book, and I like the twist was just not that great. Maybe if I read it when I actually was recommended this when I was like 17, I would have enjoyed it more. But now that I'm 29 and I read much, much more things, I felt very mid towards it, and I didn't really find it that particular or spectacular read. So I will probably unhaul it, honestly, which is really weird to say since I owned it for such a long time. But it just, for me, wasn't an appealing tale. It's like a secret what the 13th Tale is, and it was not that interesting, honestly. So yeah, that was wild that I found a book, added to Libib, and we're going to delete it again because that's where we ended up. And then the next prompt we had was wearing a hat on the cover. And for this, I did choose Professor Moriarty, The Hound of the D'Urbervilles by King Newman. This is a standalone retelling of Sherlock Holmes, but from Moriarty's POV. Or not really Moriarty's POV, but it's like you have Watson, Sherlock and Watson, and it's like if Moriarty had a Watson, so we do follow Watson's POV. It's not, they're not called Watson. What are they called? Yeah, imagine the twisted evil twins of Holmes and Watson. What is our main character called? I don't know. Because I personally didn't really enjoy this. We kind of do all of Sherlock Holmes in one book. It's like 6 different stories. And it's written very like chaotically. And we have, again, like all these storylines in one go. And I just didn't care for how it was written. It was very, as I said, chaotic, and it was trying to be a bit funny, and I just didn't enjoy like the style of the writing at all, and then the story became just uninteresting a bit to me because of this. So I think the concept is cool, and obviously I love Sherlock Holmes, even though I haven't read original books, but I've watched adaptations, etc., and I know the story. I just like didn't love this one, sadly, and this will also be on hold because I don't feel the need to keep it. I also bought this on Sarah's recommendation a while ago, and I was planning to do a vlog with it, but that vlog never happened. So, but I never read it now, at least. I'm sorry that I didn't like it, but it was just a book that was just literally felt not for me by any means. There's the style of the whole story didn't work for me. Then we have a book that was read in a movie, and this one I struggled so much with, and I had to Google, and I found out that in Matilda, correct me if I'm wrong here, she reached Great Expectations by Charles Dickens, and so did I, because I did have it on my TBR, and I can't believe we actually read a lot of classics in one video. I read very little classics. Like, my classic shelf is minimal, but I still have some, and getting a big one out of my TBR is always great. And in this one we follow Pip, isn't it? And Pip is an orphan, and then he gets the chance to a new life, and then we have these different stories of how he gets the chance for a new life, like basically comes into money in a way, and then an education, and then his life can change. And I do believe that there's a great story in here, but I also believe that my mood has been like, I read all these average reads after one another. Obviously I read other things in this, but still. And then this one, just like the writing and just like the style of a classic, I just couldn't deal with it. I read it and I thought it was fine, and I'm not going on holiday because I think that it would give me value to reread it again when I feel like I'm in a different mindset and mood. But it's not like I disliked it. I didn't particularly have great expectations either. I don't know, I read Oliver Twist like when I was in 8th grade, and I loved it actually, which is surprising to me, maybe, as it is to you. And I've been wanting to read more Charles Dickens, this and A Tale of Two Cities. Isn't that what it's called? Is that the same author? Am I wrong? I lost control, because I talk a lot about that, for example, in Devices, etc. I wanted to like it a lot, but I felt a bit disconnected, etc. And I want to try it again in the future. So I am keeping this, like, don't twist your pants. I'm twisting mine a lot. And then the next one was a book that is a play, and I read another classic where I read Phantom of the Opera, which again is maybe not a play, but it is an opera stage thing. So I'm just like taking it as a play. And in this one, we have an opera that is going to be set up, and then there is this ghost that is doing things, and he wants the like new soprano, etc. I have watched the opera movie. I have not watched the movie, but I watched like the stage performance, and then like they filmed it and made it a movie, and I loved it, and I like loved and sung on the songs for years. The light is annoying from the sun, like it is literally blinding me. Can we do this? Thank you. That was much better. It was much better. I kept like being glared in the face. I obviously am known with the story because of that. And the book is like very much the same actually, and I enjoyed parts of it to see it played out as like the original story, but like it wasn't a new favorite or anything. I felt like completely fine about it. I was not amazed away, and I was like, yeah, now I read this, and I owned this also for many years, and I bought this initially many years ago because I loved the musical stage performance. I don't know what word you're supposed to use. So it was fun to read it after all these years. Like, it's always fun to read a book you own for a really long time and then like actually read it, which is not what we're going to ever do again, which is why we're doing TBR Tumble. We're going to read everything at once, or at least not own them for like, I don't know how long I own this. Probably like as long as the 13th Tale. Like, I feel like I bought them in the same eras of my life. So like 2015 or something. That is a long time. So that's not going to happen again. I'm saying now. And then the last book for this really long video is prompt was Author Uses a Pen Name. I couldn't remember anyone else, and I tried to search up authors and it just didn't work out. Dan Ollie Blake. And I do have Gifted and Talented, which was one of the newest releases by the author. I have the favorite edition that was one in the adult sub box. I read Atlas 6. I loved the first book so much. Like, I think about it and I want to cry. And then like obviously the sequels happened that we're not going to talk that much about, but this is a new one. Money is the family business, magic is the family curse, it says on the back. We follow 3 siblings siblings, their father just died. Which one of them will inherit, blah, 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 blah. And then we follow their messy lives. I feel like it was very little actually like magic. You have like a god POV in here at a point. And then it's a lot about one of the characters' sex life because she's very sexual active and the others like interacting and stuff. And honestly, I would say that in Atlas 6, the writing stuff from the author really, really worked for me. I don't know why. It was just like such an appealing story and it just worked for me so incredibly well. And obviously the author has similar style here in the story, but I just kept like getting me out of the story. I just like, I didn't care. I didn't care once again. I felt like the characters were just like repeating the same thing over and over. Like for example, one of our main characters was like really interested in sex, and then another of the characters is like with this dude, and they kept just saying that they wanted to have sex a lot with each other, but like at that point they couldn't. And it was just like a lot of the same things over and over. And like the whole appeal, I love like a drama, someone has died and who's gonna inherit, la 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 la. That is like really up my alley. But then I don't know, it just didn't work that well for me. I was bored, and I feel like I'm actually going on holiday. I don't feel like the need to ever reread it. It's like the Atlas 6. They're right here. I'm keeping those because I love the first one so much and I do want to reread that. I even want to consider rereading sequel now that I'm prepared what is going to happen next. But this just felt really, really fast. Like Atlas 6 also is about like a competition to not inherit something, but to get a place in somewhere special. And I feel like it just had some elements from that story, but like in a much worse font. I didn't care for the characters at all, and I found the story really flat. And I even like the magic was like barely present, at least for me. And it wasn't a story for me at all, and that's sad because it's very, very purple editions. I feel like I'm not going to keep it, honestly. I just don't feel the need to it. I unhauled a lot suddenly in the end here, but we are going to move over to the piles of books that are about to fall and then say goodbye to this video finally. We are in an awkward angle on the floor. Like, look at these books, they're about to fall over. They've been lying here for 3 months. I kept having to like put them out and in again to have them for wrap up, etc. It has been a ride though. I feel like this was a harder video than I've done in a long time because like I have obviously done like read all the favorite books, and we did like the first episode we did of this was 100 episode, but we only actually read 47 books for that video because we had like read and or unhaul instead of just read. So this one we actually read actual amount of 70 books, which was much harder than I thought it would be. And like my life has been very chaotic. I feel like I've been so busy. Like my dog died, we got a new dog. It's been like many different things happening like outside this. I had to read many things for not this video. It has just been a lot. I'm just trying to pile a bit so that we can look good for the thumbnail, but we read so many different things. Some books I have said previously in the video I was not sure if I was going to keep or not, and like I'm still unsure. So like I don't know, and I feel like I need to think on a few of them. For example, Righteous by Renata Adier. Like I need to read a fourth book that I already own to decide if I'm going to unhaul it or not, and I can't decide that like in this video. It could be a separate video honestly for me to decide if I'm going to unhaul it or not. It would be like the first episode of TBR Tumble. It has just been so many books, and obviously I have had a blast, etc. And like that pile behind there, by the way, I don't know how well you can see it. It's like the episode of TBR Tumble I filmed while filming this one. So we filmed like another episode in this one that is already done. I just obviously haven't edited anything. So that like is going to come much closer than this episode was to the last one because life has just been wild. I never intended to use this long on this episode, and I know that I've been complaining like in general a lot about it in this video. I am sorry for that. I just feel very frustrated sometimes when things I plan don't go according to plan, because obviously I was intending to finish this in the action month. Like I was planning to read 3 books a day and finish it in March, and we are in the middle of June right now. So like obviously if I use 3.5 months on every episode, we would never actually be finished with this. And I added like so many more books on my TBR as well, but like I had this like cut-off thing in Libib. So like since my birthday I haven't actually added anything to the TBR shelf. I added it to my older TBR shelf in Libib, and we'll transfer them over to the actual TBR shelf. So right now we are on 416, and we started out with let's see 479. It says it is a 63 difference, obviously because we did add some books on the way. And then obviously I do think we have like 16 books I have added but like not taken out. And then obviously we have the other TBR Tumble episode behind there, and I've not taken out any books that I actually read for that. So there's actually less, and then 416 left, but I just didn't touch those because that's going to be like in the next stats for the next episode. In theory, I did add, while we were filming this, 15 books to my TBR, and then I take out for other things outside this video. I took out 11 books from my TBR shelf. Sorry, I'm confused. We also did find 2 mistakes at the point. There was 2 books in my TBR shelves all the way in the beginning, and then I took them out, so like those also like came out of the shelf, but I had already read them. And then like the 13th Tale that we just talked about, that wasn't even like on the red shelf. That never was there. It was never on the TBR anyway, so that is like a book I read but didn't count in like from out of the TBR shelf. This is very confusing. My point is, we started either way on the number 479 and we are now on 416. That is still a 63 difference than when we started this video, which is still a lot. Like, I'm very happy with that number. Like, we are, if we, I will add in all the ones that I haven't like added in the popular shelf, we will be up in 430 again. But when we take out the ones that I have in the back here, we will definitely be down to around the same number. So like, we are good. Like, I feel really, really happy about the results. It's been a lot. We read averagely some really, really great books. Like, I'm looking at the list, like Agnes Auber's Cat Shelter and Last Night at the Telegraph Club. Amazing reads. And then a lot shit. A lot of things I didn't care for that can now actually go in my on hold pile. It says confirmed. I have confirmed now 13 books that will be on haul, which is honestly not that many out of all of them. And some I need to like wait with, like for example the Renee Ahdieh book, etc. And I had confirmed that I'm keeping 53, but like that can change, you know. But I know that I complained a lot in this video. I'm so sorry, but I'm so excited to be done. I hope you have enjoyed. I know that it's probably going to be very long. I haven't even looked at the footage since I started to film in March, but again, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for watching. I hope it was still fun because I honestly, we did a lot of progress in this and I'm very, very happy. And you should see me soon in a new one. Leave a big book pile down down below if you enjoy being here and you should see me soon.